Really, Mo? Really? We 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 disagree with love. Cause listen, even I'm not sick of her. Even on my with my personal hat, I got to see what you're seeing. Cause when it comes to a psychological profile, you and I differ half of the times. Uh, because I believe that some all the time you have your professional hat when looking at these crazy. Okay, I know you don't want me to say that. These people. Listen, hey, I learned from my environment. Okay, so some of your ways, will rub off. Some of your ways are rubbing off. Okay, so you see how I halted what I was going to say, and I did it the Mo way. I did the Mo way. Sometimes y'all stuff y'all hey open hey open, but yes and today we're gonna take it from the top of the day. We're not gonna do highlights of it because I got some time on my hands. Yeah, some time. But shout out, good Lord, them people on Twitter. Soon as I meet the qualifications on Twitter, I'm gonna start doing some lives on Twitter. Cause think about them Twitter people. I'm trying to tell you, they is in here. Heard you prescribe this side. I saw the whole video. Yes, ma'am. Jill. Hey, only certain of y'all folks will get it. Yes, ma'am. I was yes, I had my imaginary prescription pad. Now I was writing it. Yes, ma'am. You don't get you together. Oh shit! I forgot what Cat Williams said they gave him, and he saw my he was like, "Oh, the flowers are so pretty." I forgot what he said. They hit him with. Mm-hmm. I remember one day, Dr. Rogers was on a live and she was talking about somebody, either somebody, it was somebody, but I forgot whether it was because it rose from a situation I hear or she was just talking about um, um, as far as experience. But her and I was talking and it was in a chat type setup. And baby, she said hit him with a CC or something. I forgot what that was too. Girl, we got to do it. Turn out the phone up for the night. Yes, ma'am. Listen, I don't believe in fucking around. So, yeah, hit him with that geodome, baby. Listen, everything be got would be okay. But yeah, y'all, listen. It's so much that we can be trapped in. Fuck around and get trapped in an emotional warfare, baby. I can't do it. Politics and other kind of stuff, whatever. Uh-uh. Because certain things you may already have an emotional connection to, or you may develop one. And then if you do that, it will turn into an addiction, right? You don't want to have no emotional addiction. You don't want to have none of that. Because, a lot of us got an emotional addiction to the goddamn YouTube. Yeah. And I'm listen, okay, now I'm okay with those emotional things that give me an emotional orgasm, you know. All right, I mean the whole mental orgasm that could be tricky, that could be dangerous, but just the emotional portion of it, yeah, and that gives me a social orgasm. I can do that. Okay, but you have to be careful because that shit. And listen, I'm okay with a spiritual orgasm. I'm okay with that, but you got to be careful. You don't want it to turn into no emotional addiction and all this type of shit. Your ass be going up and down, in and out and shit. You don't know. Let me tell you something, y'all. I done got some motherfucking little. You know where your back fat used to be, or what? Or if it might not be fat in a lot of y'all cases, it could have been just you know a little rising of the skin, depending on your size, or just skin. Okay, baby. I'm back here, and you can tell when the ultimate changes are happening to your body because you can tell when you touch yourself, right? Like you touch your thigh, you touch your back, you touch your belly, you touch whatever. Um, it feels differently. Okay, ain't shit done happen to your skin. You feel differently, and I'm here trying to scratch my back, and I promise you, it feel like I'm scratching bones. It hurts for me to scratch. And remember, I'm 5'9", so little me is scary looking. Like what the fuck? It literally hurts me to goddamn scratch. Like god damn. And I feel no, you know how if you had back fat at once upon a time, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know the little bumps that just be back there. Baby, we keep it real over here, but we ain't got it. Okay, listen here. Um, it feels like like you know how when your body was a certain way for a long time, and you can scratch. Those familiar territories, and it feel familiar when you scratch. I'm having a hard time trying to scratch it now, and it's ridiculous. Good God! I mean, listen to this. I don't know if y'all can hear me scratching. I hope y'all can hear me scratching. Just hear how hard it sounds, cause it's my phone. Y'all hear that? It's my fucking bone. But I gotta keep going. However, I told you I've been eating everything in there down, even old ass motherfucking Alfredo. And baby, that scale said, bitch, for that, your reward is 8 pounds. Well, we put 8 pounds back on your ass, bitch. Stop doing all that shit. I'm trying to tell you, baby, I've been hungry. I ate sweets, all kinds of stuff. I have had all kinds of goddamn uh different taste in the development of my goddamn appetite. I'm all over the place. And I knew it was going to set me off. My grandkids said, what, clap, clap, clap. Girl, Mo, it had to be done. It had to be done. I would prescribe your ass. My imaginary what? Scripture says. Yeah, so I don't want to turn nothing into an addiction. Okay, it has emotional, definitely not mental, but part mental. Emotions are part of the mental process. Or as these old professional people be saying, my friend, processes and all that bullshit. I'm like the process. The fuck? I be like. Process seeds and shit. Mo says it too. Seeds and shit. The fuck? Damn process. Oh my god, I am struggling scratching. Because it feels like the place that's itching isn't there. I don't know how to describe it. Anybody can describe when you don't transform your goddamn body. Like this some bullshit. But yeah, I'm trying to get to it. Yeah. So, and they said, why Miss Angie not saying how about, oh, hey, oh, I ain't know what to clap. The hands mean. Bro, I don't be knowing about tell the babies, hey mama baby child, y'all know y'all granddad is crazy. Hey mama babies. Hey pumpkins. You know, baby, I be having sometimes I have to pray for y'all. Your nigga granddad's off the chain with it. Oh Lord. I thought you was congratulating somebody. I don't know them emojis like that. That's why I don't hardly use them. And it's some people I done seen do a whole sentence with emojis. I don't know why I can't. I ain't got time for no study like that. I gotta sit down and study. I'm gonna do all that. I definitely do. You know what? I don't say anything about anyone's head size or medication. But more but that information is scripted because meaning it's in the text, baby. It's in the books. And just because y'all folks like y'all be doing don't want to use it, y'all want to put, y'all want to get there to where they go, where the people eventually going. Now you know that they're gonna eventually have a mental health diagnosis. They're gonna get that. That's where they're going. My thing is, I listen here. When that girl, Audrey was up here, and we didn't even know nothing about her, and I went ahead and said, I say, and you done been to, you know, to see a therapist or something, right? A counselor or something. Yes, and that's what you learned there. I knew it. I knew it. And I'm the same way when it comes to bickering and beefs and arguing and disagreements and all that type of shit. Even if it's, especially if it's the real bad ones, whatever. Because, I'm me through and through. All I like to know, y'all know, knowledge and information and things of that nature give me orgasms. Okay? And I can listen to people that I really don't even like to fuck with. I don't fuck with and get an emotional, get an orgasm on what they talking about. Right? Education gives me an orgasm. Okay, what can I say? So if I'm arguing with a person, whatever, and you already know, if you know me in my head, I'm trying to figure you out, or I think I got you figured, your motives, your whatever it is. If you prove me right, I be done with the back and forth because that satisfies me. That's just like you eat, like you were craving something and you eat it and you get full and satisfied. That's the same thing. That's why sometimes you immediately see me shut it off. That doesn't mean that I don't want to argue no more, whatever, because you motherfuckers are crazy and think, you got to argue for the rest of your motherfucking life. No. And I told you who you are, baby. I be doing cartwheels. Because that's important. That means I got it right. That don't mean, I shut it down with that. Don't mean I'm scared of nobody, whatever. If I tell the truth on the motherfucking matter, and that's my feelings and emotions, whatever, that don't mean I'm soft on the situation, none of that. That means that's just what it is, how I feel. Because I keep it motherfucking real. So if shit, I be so happy and content. I don't have to say another motherfucking word. It ain't gonna be no exposing shit or whatever. I just go about my motherfucking business. Cause guess what? I'm satisfied. You sleep well at night when you get your curiosities figured out. Shit. And your ass what? I be like, ugh. Right, just like somebody give your ass a test. And you got the answers right. You're like, oh, that's all I need. and thus my mental process begins of erasing either the person, the place, or the situation, or the thing on up out my goddamn head. Like you don't even exist. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I never say another word, whatever. But these motherfuckers, are crazy. They think an argument and a situation got to keep going back and forth. Well, even if you're not a person that I want to know anything about, right? That I care about, who you are as a person. There's a lot of people like that. That lady, well, I didn't give a fuck who she was as a person, because I already figured out she was a nothing, right? A nobody and a nothing. So what else I need to know about that? But she's so motherfucking crazy, she gotta keep stuff going, whatever, because she's nuts. Same people don't do that. Same people can walk away from bullshit or whatever, because it don't mean that. It don't matter, and you don't affect my life. You'll never be in it, nowhere around it, whatever. Get the fuck on. It's just like, having an argument with somebody in traffic. Bitch, you cut me off. Fuck you, bitch, blah, blah, blah. Bye, what else? What's the likelihood you see them the next day? Hey, Purple Purple. I certainly have my own thoughts and beliefs. I just don't say them out loud or on the record. Why I do. I gets to it. But listen to him, motherfucker. You crazy. You got to understand, y'all, the law of probability and the law of averages. You have to do that out here. Now, I now in your other spaces in your life, chances are, because depending on who you are and how your people picking process works, chances are you're not gonna run into you just say you have 10 people, 8 of them ain't gonna be fucked up because you're not a person or you're not in places where you draw that type of people that bring that type of activity that's on that type of mental motherfucking uh on that type of mental time. You don't have that. 'Cause that's not what you do. The drama and shit like that. However, you got to see where you are. Okay? Where you are, all of that is going to be prevalent and active. Okay, you don't outside that you don't draw the worst people imaginable. Okay, that's crazy. Who does that? However, when landing in this motherfucker, that's what you got. So I'm not saying everybody crazy, everybody fucked up, whatever. They are. I ain't making this up, and they actions and activities have proved it. They thoughts on and off the motherfucking record. If you know they put shit on the record, you know off the record, them motherfuckers are shit. So if you in a setup with 50 people and um you're in a setup with 50 people, I'm trying to see how they got here. A setup with 50, I'm not talking about Mr. Kelly. I'm not talking about that. We know that's the situation, whatever. But you got a set of 50 motherfuckers. Trying to see how they ended up. What was happening? It ain't the situation that would be the magnetic force that would have gotten them here in this sector. That I don't know. I don't know the particular journey. So I don't know what magnetic force that would help. I know what's keeping them bonded is the like um the like behaviors and belief system. That's what's keeping them bonded. But I don't know the magnetic force that got them here. I got to figure that out. I figured out. Oh, that's gonna be big. Goddamn. Um, but whatever it is, the worst of the motherfucking worst on the internet, in my opinion. In my fucking opinion. But we have the evidence to support it. All kind of shit. Any motherfuckers that start out on a mission to goddamn investigate just regular motherfucking YouTubers because they think they got something to do with a case. Huh? That's a whole lot of shit missing there. Education, common sense, really good intentions because logic. You're probably raised by the grandmamas, the mom and dad, something ain't right. Like what the fuck? There's a lot of shit going on. Drugs, alcohol, all kind of shit going on. And for you to develop some kind of shit and act on it. Is you crazy? More important, are you licensed to do so? Listen, and then they so motherfucking paranoid and crazy and just wiped out their motherfucking mind. Fuck around and say something on them lives or write some on that motherfucking wall. Somehow you connected. Oh my gosh. Like what? That's too much. You know? Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Jesus Christ. Child. Yes, but I was yes. I said to you, if you was in my face, I said in your face. You know how many people I pass by that know me and always say, Andrew, you remember you told such and such this? Girl, I can't believe you told that person. That's me. Everybody know that. I would tell you in your face. Like, even on that on that call that my daughter and I had. Well, I'm telling her I'm working on the way I talk to people and what I feel about people and stuff like that. Shit. Do you know how hard it would be for me to come here and be somebody I'm not? I got too many motherfucking shit that makes that's defines me to sit up there and try to hide and cover. I can't do it. And so I ain't gonna even try it. Because being real is what? Shit. So here's the thing. I'm not worried about who like me or not. What? That's off this motherfucker. I don't be worried about that. And here's the thing. Off this motherfucker, I know I deal with people with good sense who knows how to evaluate who they like by a person that have more good qualities than bad. See, these motherfuckers, it's the opposite. They like motherfuckers that have more bad qualities than good. Shit, whatever. Oh my God, let me hurry up. Because them people on Twitter be him and ready. Okay, Twitter people, let me run it. Oh, yeah, I mean, I ain't discounting the YouTube people, but hold on, let me run it. But yes, honey. You listen now, I'm not gonna sit there and have all them thoughts crowded in my head. I'm gonna tell you what I feel. I'm gonna let it go. That's just what I do. What you want me to do? Anything goddamn less, what do people just say would be uncivilized. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm gonna sit up there and then I'm always thinking this is a bad thing. I'm thinking that everybody is as strong as I am when it comes to feelings. You should be able to take what I said and not cry and pass out and all that extra shit they be doing. While I be sitting there looking puzzled, like what did I do?
Well,
I understand the court position of some at the table, so I'll make you your honor.
okay. Good morning, everyone.
Let's see, do they pan the camera so we can profile and see who the guilty parties are. They late.
All right. Was everybody able to get the transcripts that were forwarded by Miss Winfrey and by Miss Weaver?
He guilty. He guilty.
Okay. Great.
We don't know people's names or nothing, but listen, he guilty. He guilty right there. He guilty.
And I don't know if y'all got word.
Hold on.
Miss Love
Let me see who
is
else.
a little bit delayed
Let me
this
see.
morning.
I
Mr.
don't know.
Atkins, are you able to point to where in the transcript
He's thinking I ain't do all this shit now. Wait a
Ms.
minute.
Love's argument on that objection?
Your Honor, I am currently not able to point to exactly where in the transcript supports the state's argument. I will be working on finding that, Your Honor.
Okay. Or can you maybe communicate with Ms. Love?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who else was that? He did it. Oh yeah, he did it. I mean, at least he's
Matters
not smiling.
for the court's attention this morning.
I know more about them turned it off, honey.
I think
She's
it's
like she profiling
part of
too.
this. I think it's
Oh,
argument on my motion, that's all. But I assume it's within what you're doing.
What do you mean?
he
I assume it has to do with what you just asked, Mr. Atkins. So
he did a few
I think
things.
it's part of the same motion, but I have other statements that I'd like to
He
make
did a
to
few
the court,
things.
that the court to consider. That's
He
all.
think it's a joke.
I could do that now. I'm
He
not
said he
trying to
did a few
blindside
things.
Mr. Atkins, but
Who else you got? Um, hmm, I don't know.
So the
Look up,
8:30 email that I guess y'all all got says she'll be here momentarily. Not quite sure what momentarily means. But
Yeah, Your Honor, my latest update is they should be in the elevator as I'm
okay.
speaking.
Then we'll just
Easy,
give
yeah.
them a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't think he did it. He didn't do it. I know more like, oh my god. He every time they pan on him, I don't never have nothing different. He did it.
And
He
does
did
everybody
it.
that needs it or wants it have the Zoom link?
When was that set up, Your Honor?
I know more like
Should have
for
been probably this
for
morning.
the sanctity and the protection of all my certifications and my skills, my study. I'm getting out this
I
live.
think I can copy it and send it.
More like I'm getting the fuck out of this live quick.
Just got sent around if anybody needs it.
Oh shit.
Your Honor, may I also be copied on that email?
Yeah, I'll just send it to everybody that's on the email from
Thank you, Your
on
Honor.
behalf of Ms. Love.
Oh, let me put my thing.
I
Okay,
don't even
Frank.
honestly know who all these people are. Some of them might be DA's office people. Good morning, Miss Love.
Oh, Lord, I done gave more headache and a heart attack for today, honey. I was like, oh no. Somebody tell Miss Mo to pick up that mic when she be speaking. Damn, I need to know what she's saying. I can't be trying to guess what you're saying too. Damn. That's why we read the paperwork. I wish it was well, we ain't gonna paper no damn transcripts. This is our
Y'all might be
educated
getting
sector,
an email from Miss
not the
Litchfield
wise
in
sales
a
sector.
second.
Oh no. He didn't have too much to do with the preparation of this case. Now I'm doing the attorneys too. Okay, purple. Okay, with the flat iron. Okay, love. I mean, Miss Hilton. Okay, girl.
Under a wholly unrelated matter,
Good morning.
would you just support on election day this year?
I'll consider it.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
There
I
are
like
2
a little
weeks of
flat
early voting there.
iron.
I volunteer at the polls. I could find someone to sit in for me, obviously, so it's not a major issue. But
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that, but considering all of the early voting opportunities, including weekend voting, I don't know that I'm gonna cancel court for a day. I really would like for us to
Honey,
move
I
as
want to
expeditiously as
love
possible through this case.
get
Don't
all
think I'll
those
be
messages
here
with people
this time
sliding her
next year,
DMs
honestly.
because
I
when you
never
look
want to
at
argue against
the
that.
and the chats of some of these news outlets, they be boy them men be like they love her to stand up
Sure.
and
My office should have sent your Honorable Court an email
stuff like
about,
that.
I believe it's the
Now I'm
same
kind
day
of
as
hating
November
that I don't.
5 is Election Day. I was given the honor of arguing a case before the Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia at Georgia State University that morning. So I have to clear it with your Honorable Court, but I just want to, I have to let the court know.
Okay. Y'all know.
They be talking about her backside. Well, now I'm kind of, I don't know if I did the right thing with this transfer.
Should
Not
have sent
this.
to Mr. Percival, but we could,
I'm
and
doing
Mr.
it for
Oscar.
I'm
no,
sure that they'll send it
man,
on.
nothing like that. That's crazy. I don't have to do all that. But um,
You may.
I just wanted to do it because when people in Hollywood doing something. I told y'all we're getting to the 125. So baby, them men,
Yes.
especially when she's standing bend over, oh, them men be going crazy in the. I said, I be laughing. I said the minds of men.
Oh, it's fine. I
Mm.
just was sending out the Zoom link to on the email that your I guess assistant had sent. It's fine. I don't need to know. I appreciate it though.
I wonder how tall she is. She looks taller than me. I mean, I'm like 5'8.5", but I run it off to be 5'9". Oh y'all, I was gonna get down to the bottom of this stomach shit. During surgeries, like in your abdominal area, they put I don't know of all surgeries, but the one I had, they put carbon dioxide in your belly. and it bloats your belly. Yes, it does. And it's supposed to seep out, over time or what have you. Because I know this shit wasn't like this before I went there. So I knew I had to do some of that goddamn surgery. Sure did. That's the information, y'all.
I believe that
Now y'all can
we
do
were
something with it.
awaiting transcript, and if I got that, this would be my apologies to the court because I was under the weather, reflected exactly what it was that I said in response to a particular exhibit.
Okay,
being
well,
sent.
that is in the transcript that I think Miss Persifield forwarded on Sunday afternoon. I can read it out.
I have
It's pretty close to what my memory of it was, actually.
I should have told Sylvia when she was in here to tell Miss Love we can't hear her.
You say, Your Honor, but there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams after a particular time. So can you point the court and defense counsel to the portions, and I know we don't have Detective Dennis's transcript yet, but we have the transcript from Mr. Donovan Sr. You should have gotten that forwarded from Ms. Weaver. Have you had an opportunity to look at it yet? Okay.
Again, thank y'all for my birthday wishes and gifts and stuff like that. I know it was something wrong with that Cash App, my regular Cash App. Uh, child. So I gave an alternate Cash App because guess what? I'm too proud to beg and ask. I ain't too proud to receive. That's crazy. I had to get out of that. Shit. Receiving could help with them steaks and shit I like to eat. Hell.
And while we are looking for more specific language, I just want to point out to the court that to the extent that the objection is made that there was a comment on the evidence or the evidence saying a particular thing, two things as it relates to what I said. I intentionally did not speak a particular name for multiple reasons. And I was particularly vague for multiple reasons. But the objection that I had was that Mr. Steele asserted through his language that that particular flyer was introduced in 2015. And that was put forth before the jury more than once.
Right.
And Mr. Sledge agreed with that. And Mr. Steele then put forth a flyer that he said would have chronologically come after that flyer that I had the objection to. And that flyer that he put up was one from December 2014. So this is not a circumstance where I testified. I alluded to, I made reference to something that I believe existed. I did not comment on you know, the
Mhm.
what that evidence was or make a comment on the evidence. But unlike a circumstance where a lawyer would say, you know, that didn't happen to a question being asked, I simply said the evidence, there's been evidence. I didn't say what evidence, I didn't comment on a particular piece of evidence. And so, in as much as my statement to the court was intended to orient the court and to apprise the court of why I was making the objection without speaking too much about it, I would ask the court to overrule Mr. Steele's objection to my objection and deny any motion that he made as a result of it. But we are still, at the court's direction, looking for the language that led us to be where led me to make the statement that I made.
Understood. Hey, Mr. Steele, looking back, and you, when we were talking about it Friday, you said you weren't sure that you had said 2015, but looking back on page 10, before the objection by Ms. Love, you do say 20, I mean, you don't say, but you're asking, is that 2015? And the witness agrees, and apparently everybody knew it was 2014, so.
May I speak?
Sure.
So I agree. I misspoke. I did not do it intentionally, but that's for the court to determine. And Ms. Love, I hope you feel better.
Thank you, sir.
My issue goes to three things, really. And the reason, and thank you for allowing me not to ask the jurors to be removed. I don't remember the time, but it was close to 5 and appropriate.
Sure.
But I appreciate you allowing that to happen and that it's still preserved. My issue, though, is this. I definitely misspoke. I watched the Law and Order or whatever, Law and Crime, and then I got the transcript later. And I apologize. All that has to be said is, where's the date on it? Ms. Love said that, or are you certain, or do it on redirect? And then I corrected it because I said this is in date order. And then I went back to the next flyer. Is it the same band, same group performing? And it's December 31, 2014, going into January 1, 2015. I wanted to correct it. I didn't realize at the time I said 15. I wasn't focused properly, I guess. But for a lawyer to then say, and the evidence has shown, that was my issue.
Yeah, I understand what your motion addresses.
And this is easy to figure out because I can't get these Twitters anymore. They're gone. They won't. I tried to subpoena them. I can't get them. But the state, through Agent Racy, he's a Cobb County, he's now with ATF, but he was with Cobb County. He got I don't know why, but just a certain amount of time from middle of 2014 to middle of 2015. Got a year. All these are dated. The reason that these aren't dated, I put in, is because previously the state had an objection to any writing on it, but everybody has the date. It was December 26, 2014 and December 31 going into January 1, 2014, 15. But my problem is we can't be making, any lawyer, what the evidence is until a closing argument, and the evidence is not closed yet. So that's my big problem. And I will say this. The state gave us an email. If they don't remember it, I could put in evidence for it, just for the record. On Friday, August 9th, 2024, at 5:22 p.m., Your Honorable Court is CC'd through the Honorable Ms. Persifield, and it gives the list of people who are going to be testifying. That's wrong. That's the wrong date. I gave the wrong date. I'm looking at the wrong date. I'm sorry. This was given the way it used to happen. I don't know if it still is, but Ms. Hilton would give a list every Friday to the media and then to us of who the next witnesses are, and certain witnesses, for whatever reason, couldn't be shown.
Right.
So they were undercover agent or something like that. And then there were objections there too. But on the media list of 5/10/24, so it's May 10, 2024, the state had Detective Racy, which is RAISSI, by the way. He's now Agent Racy. And then followed by this performer Mr. Lamar. His first name is Dequantes, and he goes by Rich Homie Kwan. And that came to everyone via email from Ms. Hilton. That's May 2024. So my point is, the state had him on a short list. He's already under subpoena. And I assume the state knows this because they didn't call him. But on March 23rd, 2015, Mr. Lamar, or Rich Homie Kwan, and this is all public, he said, I'm still affiliated with Rich Gang, with them, I'm talking about Rich Gang. In an interview that was with Thesis, THISIS 50, in an interview with ESPN on April 20th, 2015, and 2015 is right after the January 2015 got the death of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Lamar reaffirms that Mr. Williams will always be his, and I'm quoting it, brother. And with Vlad, VLAD TV, Mr. Lamar talks about Mr. Williams on April 21, 2015, wishing Mr. Williams the best. In an interview, he states that he and Jeffrey have no, or excuse me, Mr. Williams have no, quote, bad blood. That's May 16, 2022. September 18, 2022. He talks about that they get along. In an interview with Cam Newton, August 15, 2022. He details how he's a fan of Mr. Williams' work even before they met, and he emphasizes that he and Mr. Williams never had a problem. And it goes on. He has other interviews here. The point I'm trying to make is, I contest that there was this supposed eruption and they don't get along. So the state put up Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr., they said last week to this honorable court, to make this claim. They don't put up the actual people involved. And I'm going to put up, if I need to, I know I don't have to put up a case, but if I need to, I'm going to put up people who observed the two of them together. The people who interviewed him, I know I'm going to get objections to hearsay, but the point I'm trying to make is, to say that I said the wrong date doesn't need this additional. That falls on the exact same platform as it, with the same witness last week. District Attorney Love read a plea colloquy in an unrelated Alford plea. I don't know how that happened. That's from Mr. Sledge. And then I believe, and it's not a violation because I try to speak with every witness. If they won't speak, that's fine. But at that June 9, 2024 meeting at Starbucks in Fayetteville, there was clearly Brady evidence. Now, some of it was given to us. The Brady evidence that was given was what I originally said. It was August 9, 2024.
So, Your Honor, if we could deal with, would I ask the court's indulgence to allow me to address each one in turn, because I've heard about 4 so far, and we're on to Brady evidence at Mr. Sledge's interview, which is entirely different than the exhibit Mr. Steele put up that we were addressing.
All right, well, we were trying to give you time to find the portion of the testimony to support what you said on Friday. I think Mr. Steele's just outlining what his other issues are going to be.
Because I'm going to have to address each of those, and I do have a response to each of those, I was trying to listen and to take note.
All right, we have 2 other people sitting at council table with you. I'm sure they're equally capable of running a word search and a transcript. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
It's just that, at this meeting, it comes out that Jeffrey Williams is with Mr. Donovan Thomas days before he's killed, according to Mr. Sledge. I have other evidence that puts them together, but that's the contested part. It's not really Rich Homie Kwan, it's Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas. And what the state's trying to say is that, for the court's edification, I believe this is what they're saying, Mr. Thomas is trying to be the manager of Rich Homie Kwan. Mr. Thomas doesn't want Rich Homie Kwan to sign with a man named Mr. Brian Williams, who's Birdman. Jeffrey Williams is not signed with Brian Williams, Birdman. And somehow Jeffrey Williams doesn't like the fact that Donovan Thomas won't let Rich Homie Kwan sign with an independent person,
Mhm.
so Jeffrey Williams has him killed. The jurors may adopt that. But when Mr. Sledge tells District Attorney Love on June 9, 2024, that Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas were outside, and I thought it was TIG, but TI's studio, he's a performer he's a wonderful performer named Clifford Harris in Atlanta.
Mhm.
And they're having a good time. That's Brady evidence. And I never got that. Now I did get, I don't want to, there's no violation. I'm making it clear. I got it from Mr. Sledge and Mr. Wright.
Okay, so even when you're making claims that there was a Brady violation, right? You're making claims against the prosecution. If it is evidence that you could have discovered yourself, then it is not a Brady violation. Okay, so meaning if it's evidence that they could have gotten it themselves from their own, sources, or which would include a witness or their own defendant, right? If they defendant knew about this meetup or whatever, then it would not constitute a Brady violation. So it's apparent that both of them are being a little nitpicky. Love has been a little nitpicky with what's going on in court with Mr. Steele, and Mr. Steele has been a little nitpicky when it comes to the prosecution putting everything in discovery. Okay.
But we should have gotten it from the DA as well, because they didn't know. I assume they didn't know that I got it from other people, and I don't think Mr. Matthews got it. I didn't share it with him anyway, so that's Brady evidence for him too, because it's part of the state's case. Those are my issues. That's one witness last week, and it's the objection, it's the Brady, and it's the reading of a transcript. It's just a lot to deal with. That's it. My objection, I asked for a mistrial. I'm God willing, honest with everyone, but I don't want a mistrial. But I don't know what to do. So those are my issues.
All right, thank you.
And I do apologize for the speaking, and hopefully I cleared it up.
I mean, it happens. I don't find any purposeful action on your part in saying the wrong year. But
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize to the court in advance. My voice is a little lacking today, but as we are bringing up things and patterns, I want to bring to the court's attention a couple of things that the court would not have knowledge of, as the court could not have been present when it occurred. I've read the portion of the transcript where I said, as it relates to a young man in the picture, I believe evidence has come out that, and I want to read it exactly as I said it.
well,
Thank
I mean,
you.
I already read it out once.
Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with defendant Williams after a particular time. So there have been instances during this trial with other witnesses, much like the way that Mr. Steele is alluding to instances that the state has brought up. I'm bringing this up for a reason, if the court would give me indulgence, where the state has asked a witness a question. For instance, did Mr. Steele stop the recording while you were talking? And Mr. Steele literally verbally stood up and said, that didn't happen. That did not happen. See right there. And so giving testimony during trial, I did make an objection to that. That was addressed. That, in my estimation, is wholly different. And that is the kind of thing that it would appear Mr. Steele is sort of alluding to the state having done now, and it's not. I did not state anything about the weight of the evidence. I said as vaguely as I could, I believe this has come out. The jury will know. My objection was intended to inform the court as to why I made that objection. I will point the court's attention, since Mr. Steele has brought up these interviews he's talking about, to the discovery we did provide.
You know what? He admits there's not a violation. So have you found the portion of the transcript that you say supports your assertion that evidence has come out that whatever?
Since I didn't name a person,
I understand, but then you said to me
I did.
afterwards, outside the presence of the jury, I've got a basis for saying that.
And I did.
Okay.
During the examination of Donovan Thomas Sr. by Ms. Hilton, she asked whether or not Mr. Thomas Sr. ever saw this person, this gentleman that I was referring to,
Mhm.
and Defendant Williams perform again after December 2014.
Okay.
He said no. That was the evidence. That is the reason that I said that evidence has come out that these people didn't associate after a particular time. I intentionally did not want to speak on, state in my place that unlike interviews and all of that, we've had interviews by people other than counsel in the courtroom. We've actually had interviews where we have had investigators told that after the murder of Donovan Thomas, that this gentleman and Defendant Williams did not speak again, period. After they saw each other in Miami following the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a question was asked, where is Woody? Defendant Williams told this person, Woody was in Atlanta. This person looked over and saw Woody on a turntable or something in that same club, and this person walked away and did not say another word to him afterwards. The point that I'm making is that when I see an assertion by counsel that there has been something, a concert by the two of them in December 2015, and the statement wasn't made, it's a leading question, so it's essentially a statement wasn't made once, it was made more than once. And then the witness adopted it and said, yeah, it was in 2015.
All right. So
don't
I
know any
think
other
I
way to
see the
correct.
portion of the transcript that you might be referencing. It is on page 45 of the rough of Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr.'s testimony. There's a question about a video shoot in Birdman. After this video shoot, to your knowledge, did your son ever promote anything dealing with Jeffrey Williams? The answer after the Fulton Industrial video shoot, no. Is that what you're talking about? Or is it something else?
think it
Because
was
it would
more
be nice
specific.
if y'all could point me to the part of the transcript. But you know what? Regardless, I think that the issue and the reason that Mr. Steele made the motion is because you said in front of the jury, and I hear you saying, Mr. Steele did the same thing, which honestly, y'all, neither of you, that if it is improper, the fact that the other person is doing it doesn't make it less improper. Two wrongs don't make a right. Y'all are familiar with that. But I understand that you were trying to correct the misstatement about the date and essentially say, you know, it's not possible. The better way to have done that would probably have been to say, can we approach and call to Mr. Steele and the court's attention why it is that what he was saying about 2015 wasn't possible. So I don't think that it is anything that is serious enough to warrant a mistrial. But for both of y'all, for everybody, if something like that comes out and you think for whatever reason that we'll deal with it up at the bench, okay?
Your Honor, there is a,
Can I get everybody's okay on that?
absolutely.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is an issue that I have experienced. I have made an objection, and when I hear an objection, if the objection is made to my question, I pause.
Yeah.
But that does not happen. And so if when I object, a person continues to talk and improper information is being put before the jury, I don't know what else to do.
Okay.
If that,
I'll address that. So I noticed that as well. Everybody, when you hear the word objection, stop talking and let me hear what the objection is. And then sometimes I will still need to hear the entirety of the question because I won't know whether the objection is meritorious or not because I'll need to hear the rest of the question. But not always. So just stop what you're saying. Let me hear the objection. And then if I need you to tell me the whole rest of the question or whatever it was you were saying, I will let you know that. And then you can, and then I'll make a ruling. Can we operate like that from now on as well? Great. Okay. We ready for the jury now? You need a minute? Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll take just a minute. Yes, just, we're early on, but does anybody else need to step out? Do we need, like, with regard to the defendants? Yes? Okay. Everybody go through. Come back, let's get going.
I didn't fully hear what she was talking about because I'm still warming up. Expired as Alfredo. But listen, it still tastes pretty good. But I be developing out the cravings and shit like that. I can't go back. It went come too far. We're putting my body through this bullshit crap. But listen, this inspired Alfredo, baby, because because of the different things you make to make your stuff and it what like the roasted peppers and stuff. It kind of makes a little different. Now I cheated this time and used sauce, right? But I still use the other stuff that some of the like the peppers and stuff, right? Oh, it made a difference. Use a regular, well, but then this regular um Alfredo that people whip up with just um chopped stuff.
Okay.
In the
That's
thing.
fine.
Speaking of Mike,
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
On. Yeah.
tell her Seth is giving her haircut on the bridge.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all all had a very nice weekend. Mr. Steele, I believe you were finishing up your examination of this witness.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Sledge?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what I've marked as Mr. Williams or JW 255. You take a peek at this for me, tell me whether you recognize that item. In the same condition as you've seen it prior to, 2024, 2023, going back. Is it the same condition?
Yes.
Any alterations or changes to it that you can tell?
No, not allowed to see.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 255.
It's admitted.
May Mr. Kokomo display it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should come up on your screen, but it should be the same exact thing. You could check it. That's in front of you, okay?
Yes.
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow that up at all, and if not, that's fine. So this is exhibit number at the very top, Mr. Kokomo, if you just show, you see where it says exhibit or EXH number JW, Jeffrey Williams 253? I believe it's 255, but. Let me see if I can. All right, you see at the very top 255?
Yes.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo can just center so all the words can be seen on the actual writing. Do you recognize this as a social media posting? And do you see the date?
Yes.
And it's from DMAC, got me to TOO, banging at DMAC to banging. You see it says December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And does it read then, and I'm changing it just because that's how I am, A-N, lie to the mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, 3 question marks. I don't get it. And then hyphen at Young Thug. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, did I read that fairly accurate? I know it wasn't perfectly accurate, but fairly accurate?
Yes.
All right. And is that similar to what has been marked and played in states number 447Y, where you started out with, I'm going to, and this may not be exact quote, but something like, I'm going to swear to tell the truth, I'm going to lie on God. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what it means, if you know, when it says at the end of it, the hyphen at Young Thug?
Before it,
Can
I
you,
don't-
can you explain that to the jury?
I don't get it.
Yeah, right after that.
At Young Thug Thug. I mean Young Thug. I'm sorry.
Yes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know? And if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't
That's
know
fine.
exactly what it means.
Okay. And this one goes back, if you,
There's a miscommunication there. He's asking him, does he know what at Young Thug means? The witness is confused because he's saying like he's thinking that he wants still to break down what it means about what he said, right? I don't even know why I'm asking about what at Young Thug means.
you remembered, if you don't, we can show it to you. But do you remember what the state used on January 26, 2015 said repost? You remember that?
The repost whiz.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you showed the jury the January 4th, 2015 video, same video, Jeffrey Williams, remember that?
Yes.
And this one is approximately a week before January 4th, 2015, right?
Yes.
December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And prior to this, prior to 2014 and 2013, 12, going back, Have you heard the same type of statement?
Yes.
All right. Now, did anyone from the police department or the district attorney's office, and I'm saying after you entered a plea, so this is December 28th, 2022, okay?
Yes.
After that, so coming forward,
Yes.
did anyone from the district attorney's office or one of their teammates, police, whomever, did they ever ask you,
Objection. Relevance as to what anyone else ever asked this witness. If Mr. Steele wants to ask something, he can.
What's the relevance?
ask about the evidence of the reposting? They showed the gentleman the evidence?
Your Honor, my
Know if
objection.
anybody, I want to know if anybody ever went over with him that it's a repost?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Did, at your meeting, we'll just do.
Okay, so he must be trying to illustrate. He's trying to tie something in with the at Young Thug and the repost or whatever, you know. So, probably trying to say. Let me give you an example. You know how sometimes you have a cell phone at issue in a trial, right? And you know you are a defense counsel, and just say somebody used that phone to threaten someone else. Well, the state's saying that your client said that you used the phone to threaten a witness, right? Well, one of the classic line of defenses for a cell phone is that, hey, the cell phone was used, but my client didn't use it. All right. You know, or then you could go, or maybe the cell tower lines was crossed and so, you know, it goes on and on and on. Okay. So that may be where Steele is going, or was trying to go with this.
Do it on June 9th, 2024 at the Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
Did District Attorney Love ever ask
Objection.
you about,
objection.
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
did State's Exhibit number 447Y, the repost, January 26, 2015, was that ever discussed with you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where it says on the January 4th, 2015 video, and if you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Where you read to the jurors that Mr. Martinez or Duke said it first?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Did you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection,
Martinez
Your
saying
Honor.
it
That would be
first?
hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
All right. Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland
Yes.
that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
Yes.
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
No.
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL, direct deposits. You remember that, working for them,
Yes.
working for Mr. Williams? You remember all those questions?
Yes.
All right. Do you personally know? Do you personally observe? Does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know, if you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have a count. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to managers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jurors' questions.
Yes.
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
No. Never have that. You never have to get beaten in or however.
Doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company? Why is that?
Objection vague by doing that. I don't know.
Overruled.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know his real name?
Something Harris. That's how I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
Objection.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank 8?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now,
Y'all hear what happened there? He didn't give them the actual definition.
from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date.
He didn't give him the actual definition of snitching. He gave him a definition that would play well for the defendants. He's saying that somebody is lying on somebody, and we all know that snitching covers a whole bunch of stuff. But number one, snitching is you going in and telling, well, not going in. Okay, let me try to do it where it covers both sides, the streets and the court. Snitching could be one, you going in and telling the truth about some shit and some people, and you don't have anything to do with it. Snitch can be you going in telling the truth about people and a situation that you have something to do with, but of course you're an attempt to get yourself out of the situation, right? That form of snitching, both of those forms of snitching can also be transposed to the streets as well. Snitching could also be, like he said, you going and lying to both sides, okay, out of the streets or the public. So snitching ain't just you going and telling something. Now he know that. He know that because guess what? Well, I ain't gonna say that because the outrage can be equally as bad as somebody going somewhere snitching on you as well as somebody going and telling the truth on your motherfucking ass, right? So yeah, but he only gave one version of it. But let's see if Love now catch that and at some point say, hey, wait a minute now, you left out the rest of it for what snitching means.
Date that you were released from custody on this case.
Maybe that's the note.
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9th, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks.
Yes.
The district attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
No.
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolizes Lil Wayne or Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Did you ever hear? Are you familiar with Lil Wayne's work? His music,
Yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes.
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I hadn't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say it.
He being who?
Wine the Wine.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes.
May I approach you and show you something?
Yes.
Thank you. If you just take a look at this video. Do you recognize the action?
Yes, Tyrone here.
Has testimony about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, do you recognize that
Yes.
player?
Yes.
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court what it is.
Okay.
So, given out our
Yes.
They take a long time up there. Let's go. Let me advance it.
You may.
Okay, of course I ain't ready to do that.
Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Wine.
What's the question?
If they had asked you,
Objection
If
to
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor. Because
Sustain on the foundation.
All right. Something juicy happens. So let's see what happens.
Sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, it's a stain on the foundation from the prior objection, but she's directing him to establish new foundation in a different way. So he
Mr. Sledge, I have a few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes,
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
just like I just said. So you see what he just referenced, that video I showed you. So that's what I said prior to him saying that. She's directing him to lay foundation in a different way to, get in this particular question or whatever. All right, I'll take this.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay, I'll move on.
All right.
I'm going to show you something else, all right?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
You see this photograph?
Yes.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, not to today.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fulton County Jail.
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day?
And at home.
At your home,
Yes.
in your own bed.
Yes.
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
Yes.
And you initialed all those eight in there, right?
Yes.
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
Yes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac,
speculation.
What question?
if they had asked you,
Objection
If
to
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
Sustained.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to
Objection.
get out of Rice Street,
Sustained.
correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No more questions.
Sustained.
No more questions.
All right. I think nobody else had cross. Is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right. Is there redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, you were asked quite a few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
To satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders States Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or States 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right.
time.
Any objection? Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm tendering the exhibit.
I understand. He's not commenting. He's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it, though. Let's get Mr. Sledge back, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, on cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me if it was by someone else. Were you asked the question whether anyone ever went over the plea agreement with you between December 28th, 2022, when you signed the document that is states 444Y and states 1AS, and today? Were you asked that question on cross-examination by?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Steele asked me that. He asked me something about June the 9th. So I don't know if Weinstein just asked me that question either.
All right. Did Mr. Steele ask you on cross-examination whether anyone went over that document that you signed on December 28th, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney, Investigator Lancico, and me in Fayette County? Did Mr. Steele ask you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah,
one
cause
did?
no, yes,
At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you
oh,
needed to
yes,
sign?
yes,
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
yes,
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I don't think I was in the courtroom. I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes,
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, or any of your other friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell? You loved Shannon?
yes,
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
yes,
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Shart and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
yes,
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea?
I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Okay, so y'all see what she's trying to do, right? She's trying to get on the record that he wasn't intimidated, he wasn't pressured, and that he is his more friendly answers towards the defense probably has something to do with him, liking them and loving them, things of that nature. So he would be motivated to, you know,
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like,
Direct examination when I was asked, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill, asking you about her multiple times?
yes,
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
no, because me and my lawyer had discussed, don't even frustrate about it.
Is your testimony you're still talking about it because you had a conversation with your lawyer about that?
Yes, he just told me to stay focused and
Okay. All right.
even with you, he just say stay focused and answer the questions.
And tell the truth?
Yes,
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular?
I'd say the state because when I addressed it and tried,
ooh, love is love got him on the rope. Now wait a minute. Okay, love. I see you. I see you. I see you. I'm sorry, y'all know I'm doing 25 things at a time. Oh my gosh. I gotta submit my paperwork, my ID, my everything to teach at this new. Swipe, get back to values. Yeah. When you're doing something on the phone, and read this off. Did you speak with any member of the state this weekend? This weekend? Yes. No. Did you I got the a video. What the fuck? Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. So she is this bitch. I told y'all she is a kung fu motherfucker master at this shit. She's a goddamn ninja. Now I love her, I like her. That ain't what I do. All right. That's what y'all do. Cause y'all looking at it from different lenses. All right. She is a master at delivering, establishing her motherfucking points, right? And this is what happens. If you can establish your points, you can establish your case. This depends on the jury. But with most juries, that is what happens, unless the juries have some ulterior motives. Right now, we're in a culture of nobody wants black people to go to jail. Well, for even if they're guilty. Okay, you know, I'm not here to always tell you my personal feelings on things. And remember, if you ever listen to me and several different people, a lot of times they interject their personal feelings. I interject my professional feelings. Okay, Totally different. Now, I'm not saying as an attorney. I'm saying for just professional feelings, right? Here's what I mean by that. Professional feelings are unbiased. Okay, it's just based on what's given. It's not based on what I think should be given or how I perceive what has been given. It's just what's given. You have other people that rarely use their professional feelings. Okay, you can take that word professional and be professional emotions, what have you. Okay, so I don't sit up here and say, okay, I think the job Miss Love is doing is subpar because I don't like her attitude. And also, I don't, I love YSL and this, that, and third, whatever. I would have the same opinion if it was Chris Brown in that courtroom, although he ain't guilty or nothing. But I'm just saying, right? So, hey, it is what it is. But she's doing a good in trying to establish a few things here. One, trying to get his understanding on the record that he knew what he was doing, and nobody was tricking him, and so on and so forth. Let's see this Kung Fu master get down to get down. Why she yelling at the man? Oh, I'm done. I like it. I like it. All right. All right. That white lady is totally out of her element. All this nigga shit, nothing don't work in the courtroom and all this here. Baby, that lady is done with all this here. That boy said, I don't think you asked me an appropriate question. I'm done. Yeah, I'm doing 25 things at one time. I got to put in these new credentials to this new school. It's crazy. That judge better watch out because she know them little weasels want will try everything to get the case overturned, dismissed or overturned. Oh, you out? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Uh, not, and I got child. I self you. I ain't finna ask nobody to bring me no candy. I go to the computer. Right? Yeah. Fun. I'm scared. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that weight back on my ass. Hey, your mama inserted some goddamn sweets, candy or something. They got your girl F. Uh, I don't even eat candies. You know. I want to do that. Oh, they close at 7 p.m. It's supposed to be just ice for that call it, um, okay. Yes, I think the one girl you talk when you talk about go out no ground. Wish I was looking something that looks like John Bunch. I mean, looks like pajamas you could pass for street clothes rather than pajamas looking like pajamas. In other words, when they go nasty see through guys. You know, your mama like to let them like Captain Chancellor sometimes, darling. What are we doing? Take it with me, honey. I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna monitor the screamer, baby. I can't be in here where I know Sweetie goes. If anybody know where Sweetie goes, my daughter was confused. Sweetie goes. I'm monitoring this. I'm getting running. That's what I'm monitoring. All of them. I'm getting with now.
Yeah, well, y'all song. I wonder why I ain't get no echo. Listen, this is something I learned.
That boom, boom. I'm a do my stuff. Why you trolling like a ain't you tired? I'ma strike a chord. It's probably A minor. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
I'm back, people. I'm ghetto as hell on this night. I went to a whole goddamn store. I was fast as hell. I was hard, listen. Speeding in the fast lane. Me, he went with a full night extra. You know us, he not in mine. Baby, one thing about it, I ain't got to worry about it. Y'all hear me say, oh, that nice sweet to eat. Child, you look at that ain't gonna be the case. Just solved all that. What is this? Where's I still got on expired ass cake when I went to the grocery store. I mean, expired food. Let me tell you something. I'm only having time to bring one food to this place and bring my ass. Yeah. I share more shit with y'all than anybody out here. Okay, so let me advance this. Okay, what be going on? So now you know us, now it's mine. You know how people get respect or how respect is earned or given or whatever. And you could tell somebody have respect because, you know, a lot of guys I've dealt with, but I'm going to talk about Credit Card Man. Honey, if I was out somewhere, or especially in some of his spots, he ain't from here. He'll be like, you know, somebody try to tell you whatever, or if they do strike up a conversation about something else, not trying to hit on anything, they be like straight up, oh, that's Credit Card Man. That's Credit Card Man right there. What? And you got some food that make known. And me right there, back up, player, back up. Watch that. I told y'all to watch that. Okay. I didn't wash my hands. Yeah. No. If you can establish that a person believes something happened, then maybe you can establish and land what they did as a reaction to what they believe that happened. So whether you know for sure or not, that is I mean that is important if you get them to get that out of them. But she can go down a line of questioning as to, okay, since you believe something happened, maybe we can say, well, as a result, they're not saying it this way, because she's not gonna say it this way, but as a result, y'all did this, that, and the third, whatever. Just trying to establish that they were part of the crime, or some people was a part of the crime, but just based on their beliefs. That way, you trying to get them to say, yeah, you're trying to get it established that it's more than likely that they did commit whatever crime that they said that they did. And I'm not saying she's going to do all of that, but this is good. If you was trying to, Yeah, the white guy know. Sorry y'all about that. I'm doing. She's trying to tie the songs to whatever crime. that is the perfect example of talking to lay people about the law. They don't understand. Just answer the question because we're trying to get something. We're trying to do something. We don't. You don't know what we're doing. You don't even know what we're talking about. You know, like oh my god, nightmare, honey. Yes, real gangsters. Well, real gangster way on how to handle shit. Everybody got time for all that going back and forth. People don't do all of that. That's a lot of energy and shit. And then you got to come out here and correct this here and get this together and put this in out and do it. I got time for all of that. Just get to the good part. What are we doing? In a physical manner or whatever. Other than that, just ain't nobody got time for all that. Hey, you can tell most black attorneys if they come from the hood, they can't. They the way they speak would reflect that. She's tapping into her psychology training, or some kind of training. She's trying to connect his personality. Love is a motherfucker, baby. Y'all just don't know it. shit. I'm sorry. I'm working on another keyboard. Lord, I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on, let me see what it was. My bad. Damn, I didn't move this keyboard in front of me. I'm gonna keep clicking on. Let me see. I'm sorry if I missed some. I'm gonna move that keyboard out my way because I can't. I just had to interject this while it's on my mind while I am doing it. So right now, right, I'm here and I have been. That's all that clicking you hear me doing, putting all my profile and all my stuff whatever for the new school that I'll be teaching at come spring, right? It is. And I'm gonna put this on my walls and make sure motherfuckers get the message. Now, as much as I am in tune with psychology, people picking process, all my other professions, my personal beliefs, the streets, all the other shit I can go down. There is nowhere in the world, not in this one or the one that exists on the other planets, that I will ever tell anybody something that I don't trust. I'm gonna tell them something that can hurt me that I don't trust. That's crazy. So when that idiot said, I'll tell you where you work at, do you know how much shit I can tell about you? Hmm. But y'all done seen me in scrubs more times than casual clothes. Okay? Them motherfuckers don't know where I'm going to with the scrubs. I mean, the couples out here know, but not that motherfucker. Now the scrubs job, yeah, that could be significant if somebody fucking around now. If them motherfuckers would take y'all's bullshit serious. I'm not telling you about my um private shit, no charity, none of that. As you can get y'all little motherfucking hands on and fuck around and play games with. Hell no. You gotta know that I've got to work more places than that motherfucker, which I already said. That place and the other stores and everywhere else. I do it all. There's some people out here who work for the feds by day and at night drive motherfucking Uber. I'm talking about the people picking up Uber. Stop playing. That's not them disrespecting their, I'm gonna say what degree it was, their degree, or that's them maximizing their motherfucking time and getting some coins out, some shit they could turn into. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you got a job where, you know, you full time for you because of where your status and your tenure, whatever at the job, you don't have to work 40, right? You could sometimes work 30 to 40. Sometimes you could flex it from home 2 days at in the office or whatever. You can drive motherfucking Uber during any time during that motherfucking week and come on in with that extra motherfucking income. But yet you got dummies that won't even don't even understand the words maximizing utility means. That's because they ain't go to school. But you know, but you got to maximize your shit. If I can sit here and work 3 jobs, that's what I'm gonna do. Now, anybody, you know, my bills are going to exceed a couple of days at anybody's store. Anybody got common sense would know that. I'm talking my personal shit. My motherfucking DoorDash at one time was averaging, and I showed y'all for a long time, damn near a year, $150 a week, along with the goddamn grocery bill. Right? Then I gotta buy them pocketbooks, watches, shoes, this and then what I want my cheap ass daughter to have, cause she's not going to spend nothing. Then I'm gonna help her pay her car off so she can get up under that motherfucking note. Then I got to do this, and third. Huh? How am I gonna do all of that? Add it up. I don't take no motherfucking genius. Even the dumbest of the dumb can add that motherfucker up and fit, you know? And if I ever found an app or whatever they be calling that shit, they're gonna pay me. I can bop. And I what? I'm gonna do it. I just ain't never found one. I really ain't really looked, but I suppose I've been looked at one time. That's what you do. You get your motherfucking hours accounted for. Get your hours. Make the most you can at your motherfucking hours, baby. That's crazy to me. Anybody, as you done, you don't have to. And then some people, like if you have and then again, if your living if the way you live is on a budget, or you know you ain't really buying nothing or doing nothing or whatever, you ain't got no flash going on, then yeah, you could pull it off with one job. I bet you your savings account would reflect that too. Ain't got shit in it. I ain't talking about no 401k and none of that shit everybody got that you pay into. Everybody got that. I'm talking about your motherfucking account, your bank account, where you could take that card and slide it. See, with that 401k, you can't go there and take no card and slide it and get it out. They ask you a whole bunch of questions and then all that extra bullshit they got going on. Retirement plans, I'm talking about building up your motherfucking accounts, your daily activity accounts. What you got in that motherfucker? That's where you got to goddamn get out and make sure you motherfucking either replenish that motherfucker or continue to build it. See, all my friends and mates I've had, honey, we've all enjoyed each other. Because we bounce shit off each other and put each other on and this, that, and the third, whatever, and keep it going and run that knowledge by each other. You know, knowledge give me an orgasm. Some of y'all with y'all knowledge, whether I like you or not personally, have given me an orgasm. I never forget one time I don't know what the live was about, but this is crazy because the one thing I remember from the live is when Levi had went into boxing. Now you know I love me some boxing. I don't know what is he could have sat there and talked about boxing, how he was delivering. He's a good presenter, right? Or tour. Um, and you be like, oh God. You understand what I'm saying? Even when, whatever, you know what I'm saying? You be like, ooh, ooh, hit me in my soul. Okay. Listen, just like I get a shopping orgasm, honey. I see something. Oh, they got that. Oh, y'all, did y'all see Rihanna? Y'all don't give a fuck. But Rihanna, I be forgetting my crowd. Rihanna, she is doing the Jador. Now y'all know Jador's. If you don't let me go get my bottle, put it on up here. Y'all know Jador is my shit. Okay, Rihanna baby is the I don't know, well, she's an additional face of it. I don't know if that girl who played Monster, my girl, is she still doing it? But Rihanna baby, Rihanna is making that money. That's what I'm talking about, maximizing your shit. She's not pigeonholed just to do one thing. Sing. She don't open up her line of stuff and whatever, and she is still working for others. She worked for herself and working for others. That's the way you can get where you need to go quicker. And I'll take it to the streets. Listen here. You're working for yourself. You got you some street like motherfucking bullshit going on in the street. Hey, it all adds up. I ain't trying to tell you to commit no motherfucking crime. That ain't what I do. I'm just telling you. If you're putting the ones with the twos and shit, you got that going. Shit. We could put a motherfucking job description to it. If you're going out there working in your little cubicle between 9 to 5, and you're selling a little ass between 6:30 and 11:30, hey, you gotta flex your shit. You gotta maximize your shit. Shit, whatever. Got me fucked up. That's why I can go to the store and spend $31 on what? Junk food. Baby, I got to find something else to do. I got to get my mind back right. This now COVID shit and fucking up my goddamn taste buds and fucking up my stuff. My shit all bloated with the carbon dioxide in. Shit, I got problems. Fuck y'all. How they doing all that? Let me keep going on this motherfucker. See, listen here. It ain't y'all gonna have to let hey, y'all gonna have to let my flashbacks and bullshit run its course, man. I'm being mean. Okay. I ain't never tell that motherfucker that I can confirm that Levi talks to R. Kelly. He found out the same time y'all did. That motherfucker shit. Huh? Y'all think y'all was slow. I love it. You got me fucked up. Think you can deal with a beast if you want to. I'm just trying to tell you, don't let they fool you. Don't let them alcohol, drugs, and nothing you fucking with. So they think that you can fuck around with me. They crazy. I don't know how to fuck this. Some motherfuckers that drop out. Everybody got business degrees and shit like that. Ain't nothing wrong with that I'm saying, but who y'all think I've been in a battle with? I ain't even bragging and boasting. I have to say this because y'all be saying all kind of shit when y'all be popping y'all motherfucking collar. I don't want to try to pop no motherfucking collar. I just want to pop a button. When I pop a button, you got me fucked up, undefeated. I'm winning even look like when I'm losing. Get your ass on. Weirdos. Ooh, baby, they hate when I make a bitch mad. Now I'm on to eating this butterfinger. I just ate a Slim Jump. Now I'm on this butterfinger. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. I don't be one of them symphony. Um, what is it? Symphony? Um, little candy bar. One with the blue writing on it. Mm. But this the COVID making this go down because I don't do this. Y'all know I don't eat like this. I order something and it can last until I order something else. And which is like if it's real good, I can probably eat in 2 days. Mm. Child, I got a notification about the Prince songs I played. They didn't take me. I don't know if they took that live. I don't think they did. They said blocked in some territory. I think they just um took it down from certain areas. Oh, ah, child niggas, huh? I like him. Y'all know, I think I'd have been out a month. something about that sound, the email notification. You know, my alert. Okay, 403. That's the rule. So it could be. I'll read off to you. Ooh. Mm. Okay. Now, she knows she has to recover from that little exchange when that boy said, "Hey, you said don't say that." I know she said, "Motherfucker." Y'all remember that movie? And it was with the that guy. Oh my gosh, he was on. It's a different world. I think he was married to Aretha Franklin, and he was on the tennis court, and I think he got hit in the mouth or something like that, and he put his hand on the. Y'all remember that? It was so damn funny back then that we was imitating him and stuff like that by him saying that. Um, I know that's what she's saying. And cause I mean, he said, "You said don't say that." Now, in that interview, and I wasn't there, I'm just saying what she probably said, but all the time, like I said earlier, if you have been around black folk, or you know how we do, you sometimes I don't care how professional you are, you're gonna revert back to some, you're gonna get in some of the ways you speak, right? When you're not at the job, or you know what I'm talking about, you just having a normal exchange with regular people. What she probably said in that interview that they're talking about is like he said something based on the rules of um, evidence and things of that nature. She probably told him not to say that, you know, to prevent violating the rules. Because the next thing she said was, because I would not be asking you that question. Okay, meaning don't volunteer information that I didn't ask you. He is their witness. So she's allowed to witness prep. Now, she can't say all of that in front of the jury, what I just said and explain all of that. Maybe she might take a chance and try to get it together and say something like that. But I don't know. Probably not. So what she's doing now is, remember, I think the other day I said, when one of the exchanges happened, I said that, she need to establish that, hey, especially with these people with the plea agreements and getting up and acting crazy and not like they don't understand and know nothing, whatever, like, you need to substantiate that we didn't tell you this. We didn't tell you this information that it has somehow wound it up in this plea agreement and in front of this court. You gave us this information, so you provide the knowledge. You were the expert on those occasions. Not us. We ain't know shit till you said it, whether it's the truth or not. And all we did was try to substantiate about the evidence. Now, of course, you can't say all of that, but you need to um, curate some questions that will, suggest that to the jury, right? So, but she's saying right now, she's like, okay, we didn't, what she said, um, so what she said, I didn't tell you this or whatever. She's going, you see what she's doing now. So that's another form of what I just said. But yeah, she had to come on up with something real quick. He said, because you, like I said, you can't explain all of that, because there'll be objection, all that type of stuff. But and it's not proper. It's not proper form in a court because there is those are pretty much statements, and as you see, you got to um, question someone with words and forms of a question. Uh, so yeah, I know she about sick of they about sick of these niggas, and that's probably why they don't let the white man question these ones right here. He probably will get on there and probably question maybe to some detective or something like that. But with these niggas, nigga for a nigga, child shibuki. she's trying. I told you she's trying to get it back on, track as far as what the impression on the jury. She's trying to get that back on track. And I told you, you just can't say what I said because I'm translating and explaining it to y'all. Okay, so she got to ask enough the questions to try to. She in a pickle, baby, to try to get to the jury like motherfuckers. That was trial prep. I just said that to that motherfucker. so so he wouldn't fuck us up. Damn. I ain't told him to come in here and say just talk about every goddamn thing. Just ask, and this is so important when you have your witness. Just tell them to answer what you ask. Do not provide the extra, because you're going to fuck us up. Motherfucking niggas, they would do it every time. So I don't fuck with them. I'm telling you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, dog. Hold on. Okay. Now, she's trying to get on out here impression to the jury that, his mind is a little fuzzy. Okay. So maybe he don't hear correctly. Or he don't retain information. She trying, baby. She trying to get over this. she, baby, she good though. Well, baby, she got love. Yes, let's help her out. Let's see what she could come up with. Oh Lord, y'all, this is terrible. Let me see. What can she come up with, y'all? Oh man, I wish Twitter's interface was such that we could interact or whatever. Cause oh my God, what can she come up with? Um, that would be it would be in proper form. I don't know, because apparently she said it, but she got to kind of figure out to say it. I didn't mean it in that manner that you're putting it. She can't say that. So if y'all come up with a question that, because listen, litigation ain't my thing. She in a pickle though. Oh, she had to take two breaks right with that. She had to take two little decompression breaks right there. She said, "Oh, all right." You heard what he just added? He said, if you tell me don't say that, it makes me think that you don't want me to come in and tell the truth. He is listen in this little exchange, he's beating her ass. Cause remember, he's the expert. expert, right? Because this is his information that he had put out. Because this shit he know, right? So she all fucked up. She had to take two little breaths, two little decompression methods. She's like, all right. And you heard that sigh. He done laid something else out there. All of this is impression on the jury member. Uh, each side is supposed to do what? Persuade, either by what? Briefs or oral arguments. Here we go. This some bullshit here. She's trying. They should say that she's trying to trying to get over to the jury that she want him to tell the truth. Okay, she wants him, to tell the truth, and her whole purpose was for him to tell the truth, whatever the truth may be. All right. Ooh, go on, love. I'm, she shook, baby. She shook. She want to get out that motherfucker. This motherfucker. Ooh. She shook. Girl, I don't know where you going. You probably don't know you going in either. You shook, honey. Mm. She shook, honey. She don't know what the fuck is going on. Love, come on, baby. Ooh, you know, don't ask no question you don't know the answer to. And don't ask no goddamn, I mean, you should have told him just only ask answer what she asked. What I'm gonna ask you. Don't give me no extra. Damn. You know you was dealing with a nigga. What up, Arkansas? Yeah, you can listen. Why you could tell from the outline of her underwear. Also, she could have on board shorts. Arkansas, them people love Miss Love, honey. They be talking all up under her clothes. I be like, this is a damn shame. They supposed to be in there watching the trial. Then they're talking up under her goddamn clothes. Straight up and down. Straight up and down. Yeah, you can tell by her outline that she have on some. Yeah, she have on some big drawers. Not the ones that go up in between your ass and all of that. Not no little bitty drawers. I know that's right. I'm a proponent of big drawers. I love big drawers. Hmm? Big drawers for big asses. Yeah. And God bless the makers that give you some ass. Yeah. But big asses. Now I don't know about everybody, but let me take that back because there have been big asses that have been um organic and office made asses that will put on them little bitty drawers. I don't know how they wear them, where it just covers a patch in the front and listen. They be having them with them thong things where the drawers, the more it be more drawers covering the little top of your ass, the top of the ass. Nothing. Don't cover your ass. It covers your top of your ass. I don't like shit like that. That's what you wear right before you go into bed and stuff like that. If you trying to be intimate and stuff. But people be wearing them things out. I done seen in the black grocery stores in the black side of town. I seen this lady in Publix. I couldn't help but to stare. That lady was at the time when I, was a little bit bigger. Well, in this case now a lot bit bigger. She had on some of them drawers and she had her pants where they only come so far. And then you saw the thong, all the thong, because as you know, that it only give you that part that covers where somebody would get a tramp stamp at. That just a part of the draws up there. No draws is the best. Yeah. Do people be at their work with no draws on? That would drive me crazy. Cause see, I will sit up there and concentrate with because I'm trying to tell you this has happened. I will sit up there and concentrate all day because I don't have no draws. Now the circumstances on which I ended up having no draws at the job is my business. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's what I want to know. Do people go to the people job with no drawers on? Ooh, y'all nasty. Not nasty in a bad way, but nasty in a fun way. Ooh, y'all nasty as hell. Because I got some stuff y'all probably say, hey, you nasty as hell. But I'm just saying, so that's nasty in a fun way. Just sit up there on them people in white, good old white folk job with no drawers on. No, I ain't have no sneaky link at work. It was a situation where I ended up with no drawers on. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Tell you what I had on. I had on a two-piece, and this was all out of sorts. I had on a two-piece red suit. And I probably still got it somewhere. I can't wear it no more. It's probably too big. But yeah, sitting up there with no drawers on. And all I can do is tell my partners in crime. I was telling Yvette, I walk to their side. I'm like, girl, I ain't got on no drawers. That's all I could be. That's all I did was sit there and think about my ass empty. And my ass sitting up here at these people's job with no drawers on. This is improper as fuck. Yeah. Mm-mm. I had on no drawers sitting on the people's job. That's a goddamn shame. It was terrible. That's all I could think about. Sitting up there with no drawers on. My big old nasty ass.
Right. Just get into the questions.
Okay. The judge knows that Love is trying to dig herself out of a jam. The judge is also saying just because you done fucked up, don't mean that we're gonna sit up here all day. What and I'm gonna allow you to just continue to try to every way possible to dig yourself out this hole. I'm gonna give you one or two different ways to get yourself out this jam, but we're gonna move on. Cause see, you're limited in what the questions that you can ask. And I told that's in dealing with cases where there ain't no minors and shit like that. If there's some kind of sexual minor shit or whatever, you're limited to the questions that you can ask. You're more limited. Okay, but starting right on out, outside of those type of cases, you're already limited. Okay, because you bound by the rules of evidence and CP, and if you're in appeals FRAP, you got a whole bunch of shit that you got to adhere to, and she got to stay in the confines of this, that, and third. The judge, like, bitch, you put yourself in this predicament, baby. I don't know what to tell you. I got to find some other people breaking this stuff. I ain't gonna be found over here 'cause these motherfuckers is child. But I got to find some other people that is breaking this stuff down to get their idea on this stuff. Mm. Oh, oh, she stuck. See, I thought maybe she would go with you got several different documents because these were the changes that you asked for and we obliged. Okay. And let's see if she create her questions around something like that. Girl, you got to come on because baby, he's fucking you up, honey. Remember, anytime you're dealing with the expert in this matter, in this situation, which will be him, okay? He is the one that did the educating. Okay? Uh shit. You at they huh? At they mercy. She mad as hell. Love, love flipping pages. Oh, he got it. While we wait to get her together, she get her. She frustrated. Oh no. Oh Lord, have mercy, Jesus. Oh no. That's a threat. Oh Lord, let me get my pocketbook. Oh Lord. Oh, oh. Y'all heard that? Listen, 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 listen. And this is off topic. Y'all know this is one of my personal introductions. I'm okay with a motherfucker believing anything or whatever. Because I already know. I mean, that's what you're going to believe and that's how you're going to react with health. I don't give a fuck about that. It's one of me and several of y'all. So I don't say anything or do anything with no ulterior motive than what I said is. You understand what I'm saying? So if somebody attacks me, I'm going to, I'll make a decision to attack them back. Because if you lie on me, I'm going to tell the truth on you. It's not to inform nobody else of nothing. But you the one opened the door to it. And all most people have to do is just shut the fuck up. But they got a issue because they think if they shut up, they losing all. They got to make sure they try to, act like they squeaky clean and all this bullshit or whatever. Do all that you want to do. But while you're doing that, leave me out of it. I am so interested in trying to find out what the hell, because this is what was said. I ain't making this up. Was said that, what am I doing? That somebody would call, say, yes, she doing this, let me get you away from her. And then why are you the one leading the charge to do that? Who the fuck are you? And can you tell me what it is I'm doing? Because I'm pretty sure what you're saying is probably a lie. No, that's a cover up to say, hey, I'm just trying to destroy her by any means necessary. And for some reason, they think the YouTube channel would be it. That is nigger thoughts. Broke folk thoughts. A nobody nothing type thoughts. That's what they do. I don't know no shit like that. I don't know nobody that would even come up with no shit like that. The motherfuckers that I know, I deal with, now they come out with a plan to take out your ass. Fuck a channel. They be fucked up somewhere. Hey, and listen, and I know that, and there's some people that I can really goddamn that move like that and or talk about the people that we know that get down like that can tell you some bullshit. And you be like, boy, that was cold. Take a motherfucker out like that. Oh, God, I can't stand marginal ass people. Bullshit ass. Do something on a grandiose scale. Let me know you mean it. Don't motherfucking pinch me. Fuck that. Get to the get down. Yeah. I can't. That's why you move and with your people. Meaning, you can come to a room full of strangers. But as long as they pass your test, that means your people picking process, motherfuckers that you would fuck with off this motherfucker or fuck with, then hey. See, because crackheads, they hang with other crackheads. This ain't nothing I'm making up. People picking process. It's a people picking process when it comes to crack. And it's a lot of things that you guys don't even know you're doing and you do it. Okay. Y'all have a people picking process. You just didn't realize you had one till you heard me say it. Or you got a different name for it. And there's a lot of things that you don't even know that you have and I'm skipping because I'm gonna get back on the bullshit, but I want to tell you this: you people have more skills and more intellect and more um education, and it don't have to be formal education. Then you know, you just don't unlock your potential. Meaning you don't take the steps forward to try. You don't know what you can do. And I'm telling you, if you try, you're going to see that you might like it. And you're going to see that you may have some success with it. You know, it has been a couple things that I love. It was, oh my God, put it. And I was right by both of them. I didn't like them. But I wasn't right that I could perform. One, law. Two, that job. I told you that me and that boy got into it where I had to watch all that money and stuff. And I really kept with it and really got into what was going on because I wasn't interested in finding out how to do it. None of that, whatever. I just know I done got this motherfucking job and I'm not a quitter, so I got to wait till I get fired. You understand what I'm saying? And then because the motherfuckers, it was a very male driven job, and it was just off the chain how they were treating people. So a lot of women had issues how they were being treated. Okay, especially black women. Those men wanted all the money making opportunities, which I thought they could have that extra. I was getting my salary. I know that was coming for whether I was there 2 days or 5, 25 hours or 40. It didn't matter. And then when it was our week to be on call and shit, and that's where your the hourly shit kick in. That almost goddamn doubled the check. It got so bad and people was abusing it till they came up with a new way to pay when it came to because niggas was really, I'm talking about, listen, they were like harassing. If they knew, like just say me, I didn't want to do extra. I went and just did another job because I couldn't stand that job. And even though it would have been more, and and I could just did that job, just extended hours, you know, it was too much because I felt that because I was already beginning to read motherfuckers without the curse words. When I got to reading motherfuckers with the curse words and talking about beating your motherfucking ass on them people facility, I'm talking about saying this shit and then talk and certain jobs. I don't know where y'all work at, but certain jobs, they'll tell you can't fight without you can't within so many yards from the company and shit like that, whatever, right? Because I know how I am, I ask all those type of questions because I know that I come to places and people have all kind of personalities. So a lot of times it would be shit going down, especially when I work for Medicare. That second time I came to Medicare when I met Adrian. People was going to the gas station all the way, like away from the job to get it on. This was some crazy ass shit. Okay. But, so when they have all of that in the book, we take advantage of that because this is gonna be some shit, This is Florida. We crazy. We resolve shit right now. Fuck that job. But anyway, and they, like I said, they tried to create situations where you can't learn, meaning they're taking all the work. They're not helping you with, everything you need to know to make sure you're successful. They're holding back. I'm kind of bullshit. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't stand niggas. I can't stand them. I can't stand them. I'm telling you, it's a special place in hell for the motherfuckers. I know it is. Because they do too much. But anyway, and the only reason why I did it 3 times, and before I started giving away my, well, it's considered overtime, but giving away my own call and all of that, because I wanted to learn the process. And I knew that, okay, when I'm dealing with when I'm dealing with me being on call, I get to hook up with the other white people that's not in my area and stuff. And they were okay with, helping. Okay. Yeah, they didn't have any manuals and stuff like that. I was supposed to come there and write all the, the manuals and shit. The motherfuckers weren't even telling me the information I needed for the write the manuals. It was a nightmare. A whole fucking nightmare. And that was one of the first jobs I had gotten when I got, came back off of being fucked up. So I had to sit there for a minute till I got back into the legal part, thing. And then I was always working, my different companies, that I was working for to, do whatever with their, as far as corporate, well, it wasn't really corporate management what I was doing then. It's more, whatever with the products. Okay, I go from, like I said, it wasn't really corporate management doing that, but more of the marketing aspect of it and the facilitation of it and opening different stores, doing the modeling type of stuff, like all that type of shit, right? That part of it, of course, that's a whole new different setup from when me and the fake ass girlfriend was doing the corporate management, which was the idea I got for getting into law, But anyway, because law was a part of the corporate management, because there are a lot of legal notices that the company goes by and have to maintain, as well as the one that they give to you, the customer. Part of that are the terms of service. All right, but that's something. Now, and here's the thing: the things I speak about are specific. There's no way I would know them unless I was there. That's what I went to school for. That's what I was trained for. That's blah 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 blah. A lot of when I show you these articles of people I know that was in this shit or whatever, and I gave you the names. You be asking motherfucker, Angie or the mail, one of all my 50,000 names I have. But then, yeah. So knowing you motherfuckers, I'm not scared to tell you whatever, because I know the motherfucker what the answer's gonna come back as. Okay. But and even with some of them, like, and I don't have no problem with no, but just the one guy, no more. Even with him, because of my people picking process, he still wouldn't come and tell y'all shit or whatever. And he may or may not like me at this time. Those type of motherfuckers I deal with. I don't deal with nobody you fall out with. They're gonna snitch and tell the world. They're gonna act like a bitch. They're gonna act like you done stole their money and their mama. Just crazy. You know, I don't deal with them type of people. You know, that be, to this date, I ain't heard nothing Yvette or that other girl I met through Yvette put out on the street. Mm-mm. Like I told you, I was holding my motherfucking chest when she was told my daughter said that I smoked weed at one point in my life. I was like, oh, this child be in these award ceremonies and stuff like that, and I'm to get one of the guests of honor or the guest of honor, and you telling my child this bullshit or some extra stuff like that, you know? Mm-mm. I ain't talking about no sex, no my child, something like that. We don't have them type of conversations and all that. We don't do all of that. So you saying that in front of my child, bitches, you crazy. But what I'm saying is, you may not never know your potentials until you would test them. And you have to test potentials. Knows the word I'm using, because that's the only way you're going to be able to measure, to see how far you can go and what you can do. You ain't testing the motherfuckers if you're just trying it or whatever, because you do this one, okay, boom, you got that. You go to the next step, you go to the next step. That's testing your potentials, right? So, they made it hard, honey. I'm traumatized. And you know what I did? Because them two, they love taking people's own call. Because I'm telling you, ain't she really shit to do. It's a lot to do, but it ain't a lot to do, right? They love taking people on call. Guess what used to happen? When it was time for because me and the other girl, that after she got from under, they bullshit, because she wanted to, to hang with her. She thought she was going to try to treat me rough too. She had left out motherfucking coming. The next thing you know, her and I was talking on the phones and being around each other. I'm showing up to support her and vice versa. And she, even when I was, all up and down the East Coast, she traveled to one of the she came there, because she do a lot of vacationing too. She came there and even visited me and my daughter at one of the spots. Yeah, that I was to. So, now, but due to the fact that she wanted to be one of the ones with the boys club, we could never be friends. And I think she figured that out, or something else happened after 11 years. I ain't talked to her in a few years, right? But even after I stopped working there, we stayed in contact, eating out, partied out, did a whole bunch of shit out. By that time, y'all done made, I'm pretty sure a lot of motherfuckers would have made up y'all friend, roommate, this, that, and third, whatever. I put her down on jobs. I put her down on niggas. All of that. But we could never be friends. That ain't gonna work out. Okay. So, now she used to give, because she, with the boys or whatever, she used to give her on call away to those two. But them motherfuckers used to be trying to, when it was time, because they know I was giving that money away, I always gave it to the white Italian boy. Because he was the one that helped me the most, and he wasn't really on that shit that was on with me. So what I do? Gave it to the white Italian boy, or gave it to the other white boy that they tried to ice out. Because that other white boy, he was very knowledgeable. He catch on quick. They were trying to keep him out, keep him from, learning stuff. But I don't know what the fuck was going on. I mean, it was so much. Today would rather sit up there and do all the work, which meant that we sat up there and got a paycheck the same amount they did for doing nothing. Like, huh? And y'all, I keep telling you, I'm a nigga first. If you're gonna pay me to do nothing, fine. Again, why you think you're winning? I'm winning. Are you crazy? I'm getting what I want out the deal. And what I need. Shit, you got me fucked up. You have me fucked all the way up in the game. And even after, even sometimes doing that, me and that one boy that I got into it with or whatever, me and my daughter been out to his house and all that type of stuff. We would never be friends. I called him up on the live. We'd never be friends with him. Because I know how you get down or whatever. And so, I don't know. And let me tell y'all this right now. And I'm going to get back on this. Just because you think you're interested or somebody's checking for you or somebody tell you that shit, it doesn't mean that you're that way. So everybody else see you as that. And a lot of times people tell you motherfucking shit because they know you will feed off it. You feed into it. You're getting manipulated or whatever. That will get you. Well, a lot of people, some people don't have no shame, so getting you embarrassed, that's probably not an option. But it will get you in a bind where people would think, oh, that person should be embarrassed. But hey, it is what it is. So that's why I had to unsubscribe from people, whatever, because those postings and shit like that. Hey, you looking around, who they talking about? And now you're finna get hit with a little bit or something. You understand? And when shit ain't got nothing to do with everybody, but people wanna put their hand up and say, hey, me, I need this attention. I need to be heard. I need to be blah, 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 blah. Okay. And you gotta think about when you're dealing with me, a lot of times I still won't grant you that attention. Because I'm trying to save you. And say, leave me the fuck alone. Watch all that shit that you may say. Because I'm a decoder. So I have to look out for me too. I look out for, I always look out for the enemy, and I look out for me too. You understand? Because I realize a lot of you motherfuckers are used to nigga shit and nigga optics. I don't like none of them. None. Nada. Damn. Sadder than a motherfucker. It's sad. And then I, while some people like to say, "Oh, I ain't into this type of stuff, whatever," but yet you do things to let me know that you do feed into them and whatever. So then I have to say, okay, of a person that's truly not about that drama, and don't be into that type of shit, and be like, no, 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 don't do that. Me, the voice of reason, but when I see you feed into whatever, it tells me that you are about that drama and that passive aggressive shit. So if I have to hit you, you're gonna get hit, and I don't give a fuck who likes it, because you could do one simple thing: stay out of shit that don't have nothing to do with you. I was told, speak when spoken to. I'm very direct, and even my indirect, you would know that I'm directly talking about your motherfucking ass. So there would never need to be nobody to tell you that, especially no motherfucker that's on a journey to try to turn the world against me. And that's never gonna happen. You ain't got enough. You got limits to your ass. You ain't shit, and you ain't gonna be shit. That's why you carry it like you ain't shit, because you already know that you couldn't be shit even if you wanted to. You can try hard, you can nothing. This ain't shit. You ain't got shit to be shit with. And that does not necessarily mean money and things like that. And see, when a motherfucker think, oh, but I got some money, they're gonna make me shit. You already know they ain't gonna never be shit. Cause if you can't reach into the registry of values and integrity and respect and stuff like that, whatever, you already know. See how indirect I am, but I'm very direct. Y'all know what I'm talking to. They know too. And sometimes putting just a name to it could be excluding other motherfuckers that it could apply to. You understand what I'm saying? Motherfuckers that you didn't even know needed the message, but they got it. And another thing, if a motherfucker don't understand that being broke doesn't always apply to money, I just don't know. The level of thinking is just, I can't. And I'm the type of person, I give people all kind of chances to see if they're going to elevate to the next step. And my fault is I always stay too long before realizing that they never going to elevate. Because see, all the time, I don't have those people around me and around others that can tell me, listen here, that ain't gonna never get to the next level of nothing. You're wasting your time. And that goes back to the whole teaching atmosphere that's around me, and the skill set and the teaching shit that I do, that I was trained to do. What you gotta do? Make them do what? Get it. And if you got teachers that care, when you see somebody, you got a student that don't get it, oh my gosh, It'll keep you up all night. You'll develop a a you'll develop a curriculum just for that particular student. That's why I'm kind of scared because with law students, they have the resources to get exactly the correct answer, and their minds are already programmed on that particular uh, curriculum. If you understand what I'm saying, like they know, just say a third year, right? Well, they'll know that Miss Love done got into a pickle, and they'll have some pretty good ideas of how to get out of it, right? Their mind is trained on that. If you teaching something like um math or English, it's if a person, if your student just don't get math and they didn't have that foundation, that's the word I needed. They didn't have that foundation to know how to work those problems, then it's gonna be a problem trying to get. That's what's scaring me. But with law students, they have that foundation on how to, turn a situation around, get the correct legal answers, then know that, one word in the law may have several different meanings, depending on what you're talking about. All of it, you know what I'm saying? They have that foundation. But when you're talking about teaching basic subjects like math, English, you know, social studies, and that's what they used to call them, geography, stuff like that. Even a good bit of psychology, they may not, you understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of that stuff is just good old basic, you know, whatever the topic is, the text is going to teach about that particular topic and give you some examples to try to guide you on how to figure the shit out or come to your conclusion, your answers. Okay, it's a little bit like that when in law with the curriculum, but it's more of the Socratic method all up in that, and it's a whole bunch of shit going on. It's a little different. And then when you teaching for something that you done been through, that's different. Rather than teaching something that you done had about 4 or 5 classes on only. Okay? So it's some bullshit. But let me get off of me, get back on the love. And always have an ass to the camera. Mm-mm. Woo, child, honey. All this nigga shit. Oh my gosh. The poor white lady, good old white lady, don't want all this shit to erupt in her courtroom. Oh my gosh. It ain't nothing but niggas that's all up and through Fulton County law offices. Well, I don't say law offices, but well law offices. But county office. Jesus. I see potential spam. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this off. And that's some shit. I answer the phone, they hang up. I was gonna get their ass. I ain't want y'all to hear me being unprofessional on a phone call with somebody come up with potential spam. I don't think me off this goddamn list. Shit. Mo is so damn funny. Oh my gosh. Just like when I hear people giving out inaccurate information. Now, it's really gonna ruffle my feathers if you do it about the law, because I know you shouldn't be. But I get up, kind of be like, if you giving inaccurate information, you definitely don't, and when you don't establish that it's your opinion, right? Or you don't say, like a lot of my friends, like give information to me. Well, I don't want to say a lot of them. Only two. It's only two that do that, and the other one I don't speak to no more. Um, but people, my friends, shit, and family, they call me with information. They'll say, "Now, Angie, I ain't checked it out to see if it's right or not." Yvette, we already know probably about 60% of the information ain't right, so we already know the check behind her. That good old white folks, that lady don't want no eruption in her goddamn courtroom. Let me say this. Hopefully, it's my last personal interjection. But baby, I have y'all are the motherfuckers that I have problem with, so I have to get out. The shit I have to address as I think about it. But now, you'll have people that will say, um, just say, just take a group for instance. A group I ain't got no issues with, right? So I'm gonna use this as a group. Just say Debo in the enterprise, right? Now, you might have, and I'm just gonna use this as an example, because he has alleged this not with me, but whatever, with others. So I'm gonna use this because this is some shit that he has alleged by other people. And I'm not saying it's true with regards to him or whatever, but I'm just saying these are questions that you need to ask. This is what I be saying. You need to question. If you're a good person and a real one, whatever, question everything, right? Don't just accept what somebody says. And I don't see who would ever accept a known liar or a person that seems to have lies piling up, okay? Or somebody, shady motherfucker or whatever. Snitches all the time. I don't understand how this works, but it is what it is, right? It doesn't work that way off away from this sector. It just don't work that way. But anyway. Um Debo has accused other people. Oh, let me say this. I'm gonna do a hypothetical. I don't know shit. Hypothetical. Okay, I'm using Debo in the enterprise. All right. Say for instance, um, somebody from the enterprise right now, him and that person have a falling out, and that person goes to tell um other members of the enterprise, um who, let me see, other people not members of the enterprise, his family, T baby, Sarah, whoever, all of this shit that they say Debo has done or Debo is doing, right? Watch where I'm going. Debo says, well, they're only telling you that because they're trying to destroy the enterprise. They're trying to destroy my relations with my family, my friends, T Baby, Sarah, whoever else, right? With the people in the world, or whoever else listens to me. Okay, he is saying that. That's his defense. He's speaking. A lot of people are going to believe it and don't question it. Some may be like, Some may think to the second level. Now, if Debo says that the person is only trying to do that because they're trying to destroy whatever he got going on when it comes to people, like the enterprise, his family, the people, whoever, people who are whatever. If he's saying they're only trying to do that they're only saying that to destroy what he done set up. But here's the problem. If there's evidence of him doing what the people said he did, I'm sorry. This is the second tier thinkers and people that just really don't be on bullshit and just looking at a situation from all sides and what it really is. If Debo is doing it, when Kenan, and I hate to say this, but when Kenan, hold on, I'll do one better. I'm gonna do you one better. some of y'all might not know what I'm talking about. Now, listen, now I'm keying on the wrong keyboard for what I need to key on. I need to key to the keyboard where y'all at. You know I'm getting old. I got to talk my steps. Oh, Cat Now Williams on. I'll go check her out. Hold on, y'all. Don't hit the part. Hit the part right here. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is the part I need y'all to see. So, because he can explain it to you better than I can. And it's quite, it's relevant, right? This part right here. Now, I'm not saying nothing about no R. Kelly, so don't come fuck with me about that. This is just a point I'm trying to make. What I'm talking about.
Have you ever held women against their will? Why would I do that? That would be stupid. How stupid would it be for me, R. Kelly, with all the crazy illegal things that I've done in my past, on tape, and gotten away with, scot-free, to do it again? How stupid do you think I am? Is this the camera? No. That's a plant.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, if they're saying that Debo, and this is hypothetical, I ain't saying this happened, this hasn't happened. I'm just giving us just an example I want to use because he has all the elements I need to make my hypothetical. Okay, understandable, right? So, but if they have evidence of him doing whatever they say he did, oh my God. Yeah, I'm good. Am I eating? Yes. It's better. I mean, it's still got a big hole. Um, it's still with the little like blood here and there, but I'm not sure. And it's still like wide open. I'm like, why nobody? All these that doctor ended up talking to. He called the actual surgeon. But then that makes twice that he done spoke to that. Of course, that surgeon ain't no surgeon I know. That surgeon is just one that was there for the from the hospital. And like nobody's saying like close it up or whatever. I don't know what's going on. I had like I don't know how skin's supposed to come together without it. I don't know, but it's still like a big bullet hole. Yeah, and then the little sterile strip suture part or whatever that's still hooked to a little piece of it. It's like it's um it's still holding on to a piece. So when I try to pull or whatever, I can feel like my insides. Like what the fuck? So I don't know. I don't know. And your girl don't know, huh? Yeah, because when she checked it, she said, because she like a doctor. She said, uh, you know, to still make the appointment and see what the doctor said. So I'm like, yeah. So you understand? So I can see why she said that. But my thing is, like all the doctors I've been seen, they ain't said nothing about closing it up. Like it should be closed up. Okay, I am. Next time I talk to a doctor, I am. I mean, I will make the appointment, but I would think the everybody that's what I talk to would know. Shit, they got. I mean, hell, you almost doctor. Shit. What the fuck? Somebody should know something about it. Even like I say, even when this what the last time a few days, um, you know, nobody know nothing. Everybody gonna watch it. What are we watching? And then like the fluid that's supposed to be in the belly, they gonna watch it. How you gonna watch it? What else I got to do? The only way you gonna watch it is see if it's gone. To me, is to get. I gotta go have some kind of X-ray or something like that to see if it's gone and shit. I don't got time for this. I mean, you would think I went to one of the motherfucking county hospitals and dealing with county folks. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, I'm gonna ask some questions. I'm gonna stop just laying back and when I cause y'all everybody y'all say I ask to do too much and whatever and I don't let you know release my kid and whatever else to others. So I'm trying, but I'm gonna ask because you gonna have to tell me why is this hole still here? Because that's something. But yeah. But like if I like that area, of course around the area gonna start itching something or whatever, and then um, yeah, but now I'm scared too because if I put that peroxide like directly in there, is that some of the liquid y'all talking about? Like I don't know. But if the infection could be if the infection can get inside it, then look like to me I need to put that peroxide inside it. Just just wiping around the area. She does wiping the skin. My skin ain't infected. I know it's an open wound. That's crazy. And then my navel, that that seems to be healing slow too. And then I found out it's carbon dioxide in my belly. That's why it's raised up. They put I'll tell you what happens. For the surgery I had, they put carbon dioxide in there, which inflates your belly, and then it slowly releases. They hate us, honey. They want to fuck me up. I don't know where it releases from, honey. I don't know where. I googled it. I don't know where it releases from, but that's what it says, and that's why it be puffed up. Yeah, that's why it be puffed up. You know I'm gonna find out about that. The fuck I got a belly from? Somebody gonna do something about it. Yeah, that people done changed my whole body disposition with a 3 cuts, motherfuckers. They hate us. They hate niggas, motherfucking surgeons and shit. Hate us. Hating on me. Probably looked at my age and and my size and stuff and just said, well, we gonna fuck up. Yeah, bitches. So what I'm gonna do is see what I'm trying to wait to do. I wanna put on that little wrap thing to try to push it out to get it flat, but then I'm scared because I don't want it to start bleeding. So yeah. So once I get healed, crunches and scrunches and all the rest of that bullshit is in my future. Some bullshit. But yeah. But I'm good. All right. Sick of it. 5 minute weeks. 5 minute weeks. Well, alrighty. Alrighty. Okay. Love you too. Bye. Sorry about that, y'all. I just looked up at my goddamn thing, But anyway, so back to my example. So so it's not the person that's telling it that is trying to destroy your friendships, whatever you got going on. Apparently you either was doing it or you didn't care about doing it when you was doing what you was doing or saying what you was saying. If that makes any fucking sense. The way some people assess blame around here is very, 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 very suspect. And because, you some suspect motherfuckers. That's just the way your life and behavior is set up. You're just gonna be doing suspect ass shit. I get it. I'm just saying, it's probably not a good idea to fuck with me with it. Because I'm gonna give you the truth. The truth. I'm gonna give them the truth. Truth. Yeah, like, Okay, so let me get back to love. Let's see if she finds some love in this courtroom. Because apparently right now, the judge and the defense counsels and co-counsels, probably her people in the office, in the county office, and maybe the jury right now ain't showing her no love. Whole thing. You got to have you can't do this job just because you need a paycheck. You got to have some kind of love or desire for power or wanting to clean up the
That's in place until we get into the right back. I think our Sergeant Ingram just went to retrieve him.
And see, and the same could be seen as saying, like, listen, if I'm just giving back to my example, if Debo shows some restraints and not, to beef with the enterprise or whatever, this is hypothetical. I ain't say he did this. This is just hypothetical, and this is I'm just using them as an example because that would be safe with all the other rest of the motherfucking groups. You know, I don't feel like battling and shit, but then if he wasn't keep fucking with them damn people, then them people wouldn't be having to point out the shit that he, is doing or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? But he can't even show that restraint because he don't give a fuck. And then when Debo have the afterthought, he want to say, "Oh, they just trying to, break up my friendships and all this type of bullshit." Okay, well, what you weren't thinking like that when you was doing all this shit? That give the people the evidence to use against your motherfucking ass? Huh? How is it? So I can tie this to the law. How is it the prosecutors motherfucking trying to make the defense look bad, trying to convict them of something they didn't do, trying to do this whatever, if they gave her the evidence to use against her? And I'm not talking about circumstantial evidence. I'm talking about direct evidence. How is that? How is she gonna be the bad guy? Huh? Can you say slow? Y'all, let me tell y'all a tip. Because I like it. If anybody watch the challenge, y'all see how they doing CT's tip where he's telling different things, giving different little tips as the show airs. And I hate it only why they can't do it like Big Brother and have a show at least twice a week. Damn, I have to wait way to Wednesday. I be like shit, man. But when you battling, when you doing all of this, like Miss Love's in a fight for her life, and trying to prove her case, right? That's what it feels like when you trying to, get someone adjudicated guilty, right? You present the evidence, and you can
That's all right. We have you back.
do it in steps, but usually come on with that evidence that can't be refuted. All they're gonna do is lie about it, mischaracterize it, says they doing something else, whatever. But they never gonna address the evidence. That's how you know that the motherfucker is guilty. That's the same with the defense, right? With if somebody is truly not guilty, hold on. If a defendant is truly not guilty, they're gonna come in with not guilty. I'm sorry. If a defendant is truly innocent, they're gonna come in with the defense of innocence. I remember when I was in having a discussion, and I realized that a person that's supposed to be the most legally astute person in the sector. Yeah, right. Um, didn't understand the difference between somebody being innocent and guilty, not guilty, and knowing that there are two different defenses when it comes to that. Well, there are two different defensive approaches. Then when it comes to that, takes you down two different paths. They argue me down like this shit is the same. Like, okay. But anyway, if a person maintains that they are innocent, that they did not do it, that's what they're gonna center on. That's what the defense is gonna have evidence to prove such. When the motherfuckers most likely did do it, that's when you're gonna see them coming up with defenses that's geared to trying to get a not guilty verdict. They're gonna attack the prosecutor for having the evidence against them. They're gonna, you know what I'm saying, by anything, illegal search and seizures. They pressure them into agreement, so on and so forth. Like a lot of stuff you see here. You're gonna apply that to shit away from here and being able to break down a person, analyze a motherfucking person. When they start with that motherfucking excuses and shit like that, whatever, with law, what you come up with, if you aren't innocent and there's evidence that suggests that you are guilty and or that suggests that you are guilty, you come up with an exculpatory defense that either justifies or excuses. It never says that your ass is innocent. You're actually justifying why you did what you did or trying to get it excused why you did what you did. All right? Not totally innocent, whole line, different line of defense. Okay? Again, you can take the law out of it and just apply it in the psychological arena, right? When you're dealing with motherfuckers. Same thing. And now you can see why philosophy, the law, and psychology are closely related. A lot of the law was based on philosophical and shit that comes from, and philosophical and psychological teachings, beliefs and shit.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynn.
I believe that to everyone's delight, that's all that I have for Mr. Sledge right now.
All right, thank you. Is there any recross from any of the attorneys?
She done came, let me tell you, most likely she done got some kind of counseling or came to maybe a very, 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 very good decision that she might not want to make it any worse than she already has. So when you do that, you probably want to bail out of the interview, bail out of the redirect, bail out. Try to rehabilitate this particular witness when he's not on the stand, meaning by evidence, by extrinsic evidence. And when I'm using the word extrinsic evidence in this particular capacity, I'm meaning evidence you can introduce while the witness isn't on the stand. The opposite of that would be intrinsic evidence, evidence when the witness is on the stand. And also remember, extrinsic and intrinsic. Intrinsic also means something different depending on what capacity you're talking about. Okay. Extrinsic evidence could also be evidence used when you're trying to do what? Impeach by contradiction by using impeachment by contradiction when using prior inconsistent statements, which allows you to introduce extrinsic evidence to prove or support the testimony. And extrinsic evidence in that matter would be evidence that additional you have, meaning that you have to, that would be additional evidence that you have to use to support evidence, meaning his testimony, that you couldn't get from his testimony. So there was answers and a conclusion and all of that you couldn't get from his testimony. So you have to introduce something additionally. That was this whole situation with Lil Woody when they were talking about bringing in those videos of his interrogation. They couldn't get what they needed from his interview, from him being on the stand, because he switched up the game on them. They had to bring in those videos. Okay, that's considered extrinsic evidence, which is allowed when trying to prove a substantive point, but not is inadmissible when trying to prove a collateral matter. Okay, I've already went over that, during several lives. So yeah, let's see, who is this dude that they got coming on? She getting the hell up out of him with this.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Okay. All right.
I want to apologize to Ms. Lord, courtroom, and the jury for getting upset.
Appreciate that.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Sledge not be released, but be
Okay.
excused temporarily.
Okay, you are excused. You're still under subpoena, so there's a possibility that you might get called again at some point. If so, somebody will let you know through Mr. Wright.
Okay,
But you are free to go.
Thank you.
So it seems like she may
All right.
try to rehabilitate her.
Ms. Love, call your next witness.
She look like she ain't trying to give
Your Honor,
up.
the state calls
She ain't trying to give up on, trying to rehabilitate herself on that fuck up.
I believe that I will be calling a lieutenant, but if not, it will be Mr. Wright.
Okay.
Let me fast forward and see who this dude is.
And basically, it's almost sort of like a negotiations are admissible in a court of law.
He's kind of
having to really dig.
And he's not nigga.
Interaction with the state.
He's not nigga. Okay, let's get to this. He's not nigga, so let's see. Maybe it's a welcome break from the niggaism. Y'all remember this song? What? A penny for your thought, a nickel for your kiss. Damn if you tell me that you love me. Oh, fuck around. Hey, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, say woo. Now, ooh, hey, hey, yeah. I'm entertaining myself.
State calls Mr. Derek Wright.
Hey, Derek. I just have a question on a dude named Derek. He went to FSU. He's I ain't gonna tell you, Chuck. Somebody y'all can Google. Don't worry about it. Y'all actually really know and
I do. Right. Derek, Derek, Wright, Wright.
hey, Derek.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for putting you on this stand. This is not a place that I know you normally reside.
Sister.
I'm going to take these away from you. Put these over here. Mr. Wright, I will not be getting into matters of privilege. I'll just ask you a few brief questions regarding your interaction with the state as it relates to the witness that just testified.
Okay.
First of all, would you please tell the jury how long you've been practicing law?
It's a year short of 30 years.
Oh.
29 years.
And how long have you known Mr. Antonio Sledge?
At least 15, probably longer, somewhere between 15 and 20 years.
And forgive me, but were you sworn in? Sworn
Yes.
In? Okay. And did you meet him first in your capacity as an attorney representing him, or did you know his family before you began representing him?
In a legal capacity first.
Okay. Do you know how many instances where you've had to represent Mr. Sledge in Fulton County? Without saying a number, are you aware of how many instances?
If I thought about it, I probably would come up with an accurate number.
Is it, have you had at least 10 occasions to interact with him on not criminal matters, but just matters, legal matters?
When you say occasions, are you referring to cases or just interactions? I've not represented him on 10 cases. It's far less than that.
Okay. Over the last 15 years, are you comfortable telling the jury how many cases that you had an occasion to represent Mr. Sledge?
I would say, for sake of being accurate, to this one and the one they've heard about from before, and I think a misdemeanor case. So other than that, I would be having to really dig deep, and I think that's probably it.
Because he's an attorney, he's probably, because I'm thinking the same thing, what she's trying to do, right? Maybe, and I don't know, but maybe she's trying to establish that Mr. Sledge is have been a criminal for at least half his life. If you're talking about 15 years, at least half his life, almost half his life, right? He probably caught that and he said, no, it's far less than 10. Maybe like 2 criminal and maybe 1 misdemeanor. So this should be, I want to see how the interaction between the two go.
The misdemeanor case happened 15 years ago?
Probably more like 6 to 8 years ago, give or take.
So what was the first, when you say you've been his attorney for 15 years, what was the first instance? What year was the first instance?
Again, I can't tell you. I'm not being difficult. I just don't recall. I
Fair
just know that I did come in contact with him as an attorney. And then with many of my clients, I developed a relationship. So he is someone that I've considered a friend, and I know him, some of his family, and therefore I've had an ongoing interaction with him, both professional and personal, for 15 plus years.
All right.
Now, if she's smart, and I don't know if she's going to do this, but remember I just said that maybe she got out of that shit with that dude that then put some on her ass. And now, and I said she's going to try to maybe, rehabilitate herself and the case through other means. And one being extrinsic evidence. This could be extrinsic as well, because it depends on what questions she asks him that could clear up some of the shit that the dude done said. Then, what have you, right? There'll be extrinsic evidence, right? So we should really pay attention to the questions she asked this dude, and to see if she's, is this gonna be a start of her trying to, get back what she done lost, baby.
Is it fair to say he's not the only person that you've represented in criminal matters?
Correct. I've represented many, many people over
Have
the
you-
years.
Have you had occasion to represent many, many people in Fulton County over the years?
Yes.
Have you had occasion where when you make an entry of appearance with respect to, say, for instance, a bond hearing, but have been required to stay on at a person's attorney?
Early on, when I first started, you had some of that because, one, often you might get onto a case and then get appointed where the county pays you to stay with the client.
Okay.
So early on, there was sort of an advantage to getting on early, and then you could stay on if the client either retained you privately or the county paid you. Later on, that changed, and more emphasis was put on public defender and contract attorneys and other stuff. So I would say in the last 10, 15 years, not so much.
So if you signed on to represent a person in the last 10 or 15 years for one thing and wanted to withdraw, the courts have allowed you generally to do that?
Generally, it depends where you are. If you're in Toombs County, Toombs County don't let you withdraw. Once your name hits the paper, you're the attorney regardless of whether you get paid or not. There's some other counties like that. Fulton is generally pretty liberal, where Fulton, if you and the client come to a disagreement or if money, Mr. Green, doesn't show up, that also is a reason that you can sometimes get out of a case. So from that standpoint, Fulton is a little more understanding that sometimes the attorney and client have to go separate ways.
Without getting into the specifics of what you may have shared with your client, unless he waives it and you've been given permission to, and you'll have to tell me if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you now, he has not waived attorney-client privilege.
That is fine.
So I am restrained by the laws
That's
of our
absolutely
state.
okay. Okay.
He on our
So
ass.
without getting into anything that is privileged information, would you tell the jury if information that is said between you and your client in the presence of others, such as Lieutenant Lansico, lawyer from the state, whether that information is considered privilege?
It's a two-part answer.
Yes.
From an attorney-client privilege standpoint, that conversation may not be privileged because it's been said outside of me and the client. meaning there's more individuals hearing it.
Right.
From a plea negotiation and whether plea negotiations are admissible in a court of law, that is beyond the attorney-client relationship, but an admissibility issue. And therefore, the question of this conversation isn't so much an attorney-client, but whether if it's a plea negotiation or it's the furtherance of one, is it admissible?
Okay. So on,
Baby, now see, this is the education, all right? Because you have some people that think that everything that you say to an attorney is attorney-client. You said things before, if you said the same thing to your attorney that and tell somebody else that, and that's a third party, there's a question that maybe and maybe not attorney-client. Plea agreements, he's right, because it becomes an admissibility issue. Generally, plea agreements aren't admissible. Okay? If I'm not mistaken, that would fall on 403, right? Because it can prejudice the jury. However, there are exceptions. And as you see, this court accepted those exceptions. So, and he is teaching, honey. And let me make some remarks. Apparently, I don't know how tall this dude is, but I will put his ass on a motherfucking goddamn auction. And his goatee and his mustache, all that connects and stuff. So we like that. We do not like the 50 Cent mustache. We don't like that. I'll go to the barber and have them figure that out. Okay, we don't like that. And it seems like he has a decent grade of hair. You see, he's intelligent. I don't see him having on a ring. We're gonna get Sylvia to put his ass on the auction and see what we get for it. Okay? And I like his eyes. I like his eyebrows. And he seems that, he has reasonable not reasonable. He seems like he has reasonable education. We know he has a good education. And I'm telling you, that motherfucker in Georgia, they legal, oh my gosh, it's a lot going on. Okay? And as an attorney, you can, what is the word I want to use? Where you use your degree to do a whole bunch of shit, not just practice law. Some ignorant motherfucker would think that's what you do, just go in the courtroom and just practice law. That's all they can do with your degree. Are you crazy? But you can do several different things. But one of the things that I love, because you don't have to do the traditional legal shit, is take contract work. Okay, and when I show y'all when I posted that $11,000 receipt and $5,001, yeah, that's where that come from. Okay, keep it 100 with you, baby.
have you been sitting in court during the entire time that Mr. Antonio Sledge has been on the stand?
Yes. Well, there may have been a one hour short period of time one morning where I had someone covering for me. But other than that,
Okay.
I've been here the entire time.
Were you present in court when he was asked by Mr. Steele about a June 2024 meeting in Fayette between Lieutenant Lancico, yourself, Mr. Sledge, and myself?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall that meeting in Fayette County?
Yes. It was the Starbucks in Fayetteville, my place.
And how would you
The
characterize
Starbucks. Okay.
that? First of all, how long did that meeting last?
I would estimate maybe plus or minus 40 minutes.
And generally speaking, how would you characterize that meeting, the content, the purpose?
Often when you enter into an agreement with the state, you'll be asked to come in or meet with them to discuss questions they may want to ask, subjects they may want to cover, and basically it's almost sort of like a prep session. And from the defense side, we're also trying to get an idea, what are you going to ask us? Where are you going with things? So it's sort of both sides feeling each other out. And that way, when we get to court, things can sort of go smoothly. And that was sort of what we anticipated. And that's generally what the meeting was. To be honest, we did not get into the details of testimony as much as I am generally accustomed to. Most of it was, Miss Love, you getting to know my client and getting a feel for him, and vice versa. So honestly, a lot of the details weren't discussed. It was more of a feel each other out kind of meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. And do you recall me asking your client about any specific details of the case or the plea that he signed on December the 28th?
There was discussion at that meeting about the plea that he had signed, a couple of videos, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't have an exact memory of everything. And again, because you didn't get into a lot of the details, like, to be sure, there was no script, there was no, here are the questions you're going to be asked. It was a very generalized kind of conversation. There was, at one point, which y'all have talked about, a point where he started to share, because he volunteered it.
When you say he volunteered it, what do you mean? Did I ask him something about it?
Mr. Sledge volunteered the subject of what Mr. Williams may have said to him.
Okay.
And to be clear, while it definitely wasn't what you were asking, it wasn't on the subject you wanted to cover. Therefore,
You say the subject I wanted to cover. Please explain what you mean.
you were asking, and I don't remember, to be honest, exactly what the question was, but it wasn't responsive to the question. That's why it stood out. And when you heard what he was saying about Mr. Williams, there was an immediate reaction where it was, that's not what I'm asking you,
Okay.
is what you said to him.
Uh-huh.
And he said, well, he went on, said what Mr. Williams told him.
And was that the part where he's saying he encouraged me to take? What part are you talking about?
This is what I've observed discussion in the courtroom about.
Okay. She is too antsy to undo that debacle that created, that, maybe her line of questioning created. I mean, she can kind of look at herself as partly to blame or whatever, right? And she just jumping in. She is just real ready. She got the question in her head. She's just real ready to undo that bullshit that she did, So, lady, calm down. Shit. Making me nervous.
About what he said about Mr. Williams telling him to take Woody to see the police. And the point was, as his attorney, as a defense attorney, I took it as that wasn't a subject you wanted to talk about and you weren't asking him about. But I can't say that I ever heard you say, don't tell the jury. It was nothing that definitive, but it was simply, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I've asked you to tell me. And
which is what I told y'all. Okay. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I ain't telling you not to tell the jury that. We just having a conversation. I'm saying, hey, yeah. I mean, I could have said hey, yeah, don't say that, because that's not what I'm asking you. He's saying the same exact thing what I told you. Don't say nothing. Just answer what I asked you. Don't give me that extra la la. Don't give me no la la. Okay? Say what I told you. All right? And she didn't. So she made a right call for putting his ass on there, because he's helping her out, and to get out of this motherfucking pickle she done got her ass in with that bullshit. Now let me say this. Maybe I'm gonna take something back. Because I was being patient with her questions, because I knew what she was trying to do. I'm gonna take that back a little bit, because maybe she can land where she needs to land without asking all that, all that la la. You know what I'm saying? Like, usually there's about, three, not saying three questions, but like two or maybe three at the most attempts to clarify an initial question, or to land a point, or to establish whatever it is you need to the jury. You understand what I'm saying? If I ask you, are you wearing red today? What is the color that you have on today? And you see what I'm saying? That was just one more question to clarify that you wearing red today, right? So,
Ultimately, we sort of moved on from it, but it was just clear he very much wanted to say it, and that wasn't what you were looking for in terms of whatever the initial question was. So, but answering the issue at hand, I cannot say that you ever said, don't tell the jury.
And listening to the questions that I put upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked the question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say, one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's going to be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you,
Mm-hmm.
Was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question. That was not the subject matter or topic you were asking a question to. Again, I did not hear it. And again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into.
Mhm.
So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way try to discourage him or instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one side has contact with me, I'll reach out and have contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, you know, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial are, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew, Sledge knew, or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
Did you hear that, niggerlins? Niggeros? That's how we process shit. That's how we do. Fair to both sides. Okay? He could speak for me, honey. And told you, as an attorney, you just catch certain things. I was right when I knew that that was going to be an issue about what he said, what that boy said on that stand about Love saying, you know, what he interpreted as, don't say that, and that other thing he said, I forgot what that was. Now, no one in the courtroom let on that it was a problem. I know. The other attorneys knew. He was there, he knew. Love damn sure knew that it was a problem for her. I don't know. I of course I ain't got the records on the case, whatever. We just doing this by ear and by the get down or whatever, however you want to characterize it. But as you see, I was right, because she in here trying to get that shit cleared up. He's trying to help her. He ain't throwing his client on the bus. That's not what I'm saying. He's being fair on all sides, because he don't have an interest in either in this bullshit. Only niggas would think that you got to pick a side or whatever. You can have a belief that align with one side or the other, but that don't mean you have to pick a side. Okay. But so shout out for me even figuring out. I have to pop a button now, honey, because you motherfuckers is just crazy. Shout out for even knowing that that was an issue, that she was gonna have to get straightened out some way, somehow. Okay, you know, it wasn't no objection to letting nobody know there was an issue. The judge didn't say it was an issue. Love didn't make it known it was an issue. Nobody knew it was a goddamn issue except the motherfucking attorneys. That meant the defense counsel, the judge, Love, that nigga right there, and this bitch right here. It's a problem. We got to get this straightened up. It's a problem, y'all. And I don't want to. I'm trying not to. Oh shit. I'm trying not to interrupt thoughts. I hate the interruption of thoughts, honey. Where was I? What happened? Oh Lord, I done cut the shit. Oh, what a traveler. Oh, I get it back. Just like when Mo get into her observational shit, right? And she's listening and looking. 9 out of 10 times, she's sitting there evaluating. Um, I'm trying to find where it was. Okay, got it back. Okay, so and I'm trying to not interrupt the thought because I hate doing that, and I hate when people do it. So, and that's if anybody that's you know on a panel somewhere and they talking or whatever, I can't stand no interruption of thoughts and shit. You know, so I apologize for doing it. Damn, am I doing the same shit? Like, how am I? I'm honestly hitting the damn buttons. Okay, I got too much going on. Okay, I'm glad because I had hold on, never mind.
Upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked the question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking.
Mhm.
Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's going to be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you, was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question, that was not the subject matter or topic you were asking the question to. Again, I did not hear it, and again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into. So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way try to discourage him or instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am a defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one side has contact with me, I'll reach out and have contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, you know, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial were, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew Sledge knew or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
And were you present when Mr. Sledge was in communication via Zoom or some other way
Absolutely.
with Defendant Williams' attorney?
Correct. In fact, there's not been a single attorney that's contacted me, and it's only a handful of times, but they've always contacted me to talk to Sledge. Every attorney has shown perfect professionalism.
Were you asked by any counsel for any defendant whether the state ever instructed Mr. Sledge to not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged him to go to the police?
Let me answer it in two parts. Yes, I have told them.
No, were you asked? That's the first question.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm addressing the question because, you know, us lawyers, we like to talk.
So did Mr. Steele ask you if I told Mr. Sledge, don't tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to go to the police. Did he ask you that question?
I don't recall him necessarily asking the question, but I told him my observation of that conversation. And Mr. Sledge told him his observation of that, really on the same Zoom meeting. So he actually, without having to ask it, received it from both me and Mr. Sledge. And even at that time, I said, I did not hear it that way, but if my client says he heard it that way, then he heard it that way. So it's quote unquote, two people hearing the same thing may take it a different way, especially one who is a defense attorney.
Did I inquire that of you after hearing that from Mr. Sledge? Did I ask you about that?
We have talked about it, yes.
And did you tell me that you told Mr. Steele? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I told Mr. Steele, I never heard you tell him, do not tell the jury. What I told you was that I've explained, I didn't hear her say that. I heard she didn't seem to like that topic, but I can't say that I heard you instruct him. But my client insists that that's what he heard. So that's I know it's not a black and white answer, but that's the gray answer where my client has been very consistent saying, this is what he heard, but that's not what I heard. So I'm not gonna juice it up for the state or for the defense. I can only convey what I, in good faith, heard.
And is there anything in particular that you recognized or saw that made you think I did not like that topic?
Knowing the general idea of what the case is about, that ultimately the state's theory of the case that Mr. Williams...
Without getting into what you believe the state's theory of the case is, I'm asking you specifically what you observed that made you believe. And Your Honor, I'd ask...
That's not what she was asking, so no. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, please go again.
I'm asking you what you observed me do or say, facially, non-facially, verbally, non-verbally, that led you to believe in some way that I didn't like that topic.
The fact that you stopped him pretty abruptly, meaning as he was going into it, he sort of answered anyway. So it wasn't that you didn't yell, you didn't scream, you didn't do anything. It was just, as attorneys, what we're really good at, I know we want to say talking, but listening and picking up. And when I saw that all of a sudden there was sort of a screeching stop point, that's when I realized, maybe, and again, not knowing the details of this case, maybe.
So is that where you drew your conclusion?
Let him finish his.
Yeah, maybe that topic, that point, has some meaning and some significance. And that's where my thought was, okay, well, just as something may be significant about it in talking to the state, let me also make sure I've conveyed to the defense, hey, that might be some sort of topic. And again, I didn't know what he did or didn't do because my role sort of stopped pretty early in this. So again, my thought is if I'm neutral in calling balls and strikes, I want to make sure that they also are aware that may be a topic of interest. And but nothing about your body language or your mannerisms went to anything more than just, hey, maybe there's something there that someone needs to look into.
Is he not the perfect match for me? If he's over 6 foot, I even do 5'11". Oh my God, this scratching my bones is like I know where some meat used to be ain't there, is not doing what it's we're gonna have to do something different. Like what? Oh, Oh my, he is perfect, right? Now he done snitched, so maybe he ain't that perfect. Okay, let me take that back. Take it off the table. He done snitched on over there to the defense. Because he done picked up, this might be an area that they may be trying to avoid, or they might know something about, or have some details on, or something about this area might can benefit you or whatever. So, yeah, you might wanna, whatever, because he could have made the phone call and left all that out and keep your ass about this shit. You understand what I'm saying? He could have left that out. All right. That's being more than being fair to the other side. Your fairness to the other side is like, hey, if you want, well, if you wanted to be fair and make sure that everything was above board, whatever, you should have had somebody in there recording that meeting, right? I mean, I'm not talking about like recording it on a thing. I mean that would have been best for all sides. I'm pretty sure the state probably wouldn't have allowed you to do that. But I mean a recording, like, taking notes or something. All right, for these type of reasons. Okay, but hey, all of this here, or telling the other side about what's going on. But yeah, and again, as you see how philosophy, psychology, and law intersects. Okay, one, one has relied heavily on the others, and you can't do your job without some of the others. So it's all wrapped up in one of them damn balls. But yeah, she is trying to get her ass up on. She's trying to undo what she did.
Did I tell him that's not what I asked in a way different than you've heard me say that when he's on the stand?
No,
And when I've said that's not what I've asked when he's been on the stand, did you draw a conclusion that that was something I didn't want him to tell the jury?
I didn't draw the conclusion, but I did draw the topic was not the topic you wanted to talk about, which of course I said, why? But it wasn't, I didn't extrapolate from that, oh, you're trying to make sure he doesn't tell the jury.
Did you ever describe the meeting that we had as one where it was supposed to be kind of a get to know you kind of meeting?
Yeah, I mean, that's in truth, it felt more like a let's feel each other out, get to know each other.
And before your client offered up the information, Doug encouraged me to go take Rudy to the station.
Mm-hmm.
Had I asked him any questions leading up to that?
That was towards the later part. You had already gone through some questions. I think we had asked about video. We had asked about the history of Cleveland Ave and the formation of certain gangs, notwithstanding YSL, but even before YSL. Mm-hmm. So there had been plenty of conversation, and again, more of a get to know who Mr. Sledge is, where he's from, what part of the city, how he met folks, like how he met Mr. Williams, and those kind of things. So this particular part that we've been talking about wasn't the beginning, it wasn't the middle, it was probably more towards the end, and maybe 10 more minutes of meeting.
Had I asked him anything about Donovan Thomas's murder?
We clarified as we did earlier, that one, he wasn't there, wasn't involved, and clarified he doesn't have specific information helpful to the state or to the defendants about the shooting of Mr. I'm blanking out that quick.
Mr.
Of
Thomas.
Peanut, yeah.
Okay.
I guess I know more so.
All right. Now, you mentioned videos. Were you present in court when I asked your client about the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in June of this year, while we were at that Starbucks, that is your spot, where I brought up the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
Do you recall whether I simply went into, there's a video where someone talking about you lie to your mom?
I remember us talking about it generally because what was being discussed, not so much stated by him, but just discussed, is, this is sort of a street topic. You might pick up on any street conversation where we're talking about, hey, you might lie to your mama, your daddy, your family, but when you're in court, you gotta tell the truth. But
my question to you specifically is,
weren't you finished?
yeah, that was
my question to you specifically is, do you recall me asking your client? I want to ask you about a video where they're saying you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and your client saying, that's not me. Do you recall that interaction specifically?
partially. I remember the conversation and the topic. I don't remember his answer being no. I remember that conversation led to a conclusion that this is something that's just said in the street. And he didn't necessarily have a point of origin of it or this or that, but it was just something that's in the street. So that's why I can't give you an answer to both parts of the question.
Mr. Wright, do you recall me telling your client, so is the answer you don't recall him saying that's not me?
Correct.
Okay. That's okay.
I remember it being played.
Wait, you remember a video being played?
I want to say, I don't know if it was played or we heard the audio.
On what?
Well, that's what I'm trying to remember because we only had phones. We may have had a laptop. Again, and I could be incorrect. That's why the safe answer is I'm going to say no, because my recollection of that specific point is not. I don't know if we simply talked about a video or if one was shown.
Okay. Do you recall me telling your client I have a video of him saying that?
You may have, yes.
Do you recall telling your client, act as if the state is God and they know everything? They already know the answers to the questions they're asking you. So don't try to be clever, just tell the truth.
It is customary.
No, wait, I don't mind the explanation. If I said it wrong, just say no, you didn't say that.
I don't have a specific recollection of saying that, but it's customary for me to tell my clients when you are in a cooperating posture, when they ask you questions, assume that they know the answer to the question they're asking, that they're asking you not just to find out information, more often than not, they're testing you. They're trying to see, can they trust you or rely on your responses, or are you going to be truthful with them? So, yes, it is likely I would have had that conversation. Would I have said God or some other analogy which made sense? Something. But it's more likely that I, at some point, made sure I said words to the effect of, when they ask you questions, assume they know the answer already, This is more of a testing, not a inquiry for information. So that's why I'm saying I may not have used those exact words, but I'm sure I probably did have that exchange in terms of the concept.
And when would you find it necessary to advise your clients in such a manner?
When they are in a cooperation agreement, and once we realize, they're putting us under subpoena, we actually have to testify. And then the posture sort of changed. That it's not just, hey, we're willing to testify. It's no, you're going to testify. And if you do, understand, you have to come in, you're going to have to tell the truth. And the state's going to question you and ask you some things. And when they do, that's when I would say, don't think you're going to outsmart them and you're smarter than everyone in the room. You need to almost assume they already know the answer to the question. And therefore, being truthful is always in your best interest. One, it's the right thing, but two, it's the smart thing.
Prior to that meeting, had you already been made aware that your client would be testifying?
Well, yes, the purpose of the meeting was, they are going to have us testify. So we need to meet with them and see what questions they're going to ask. And like I said, just as y'all are feeling us out, we're feeling you out to get an idea, okay, what things are they going to talk about? Are there any issues that are going to happen? And based on the plea and the fact that there was, we'll just say, some tussling or adjusting in terms of what the state was thinking of his factual proffers and what he was thinking, I figured this would also be a good time to start to iron some of those differences and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what he can testify to and what he can't.
So you do not recall saying that in response to my telling him that we have a video of him saying they lie to your mama and you lie to your kids and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
I may have said, wait. That's the video you're referring to. You're asking me, did I counsel him about assume the state knows?
In response to my saying to him, I have a video of you, not anybody else I'm talking about, but I have a video of you and him sitting there smiling, and then you saying that you have no memory of that.
I may have, only because listening to the dynamics of the situation, that would have been a time it would have triggered me to say to him, hey, this is, make sure you understand, you need to be straight with them. So I don't have a specific memory, but just knowing that I've been doing this a while,
Okay.
I'm sure I probably did.
Now, back in November of 2022, did the state seek, do you recall getting an email from me asking whether your client wishes to speak with the state about the case?
I believe November 17th. I could be wrong, but I believe that was when I received that email.
And one in November 17th. Did you also give one? I'm going to show you what I had marked and provided to counsel for the defense, but I'm willing to show again as State's Exhibit 450 Yankee, if anyone wants to see it. Sure.
And shout out to those people that providing some coverage on this case. But here's me being selfish. I like to hear the opinions of others and how y'all view it and things of that nature. And a lot of times it's like when people come over here and say something, this, that, and third, you see me in real time, it will provoke a thought in me that I didn't have before. So it's something, an additional source to get me thinking. So that's me being selfish. I don't know. Oh, shout out to the people that's still sending me because I got a birthday gift through that alternate cash app I gave y'all on the wall. Shout out to that person. I appreciate it, honey, because listen, what? Lord, I never get in a situation where I have to beg. But baby, I ain't crazy. Well, listen, I have a problem with receiving. And maybe I can buy some food that ain't expired. Look. I really can't be doing all that walking like that. Pressure. I done ate more in the past week than I have in probably a month. That's crazy. I don't know if it's that damn C19 shit. That's another reason why depending on what you're doing, you sometimes have to lose weight beyond your target because you have those times where you fluctuate and doing all this and that. Why? I can't see this shit up right now. You mistaken chicken bone. I can get one bowl from Moe's and have it for 3 days. So tonight I'll have some more shows up under my belt. This guy, he's like, I'm all he is. We pass by love. I don't know how.
All right, we're going to take 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, maybe longer, who knows?
Don't drop the camera. Let me
To give them an
what I got.
opportunity to look at a couple of things.
Ah, come on, man. I can't see his shoes. I got to see something. See if I should even be looking. Pass by love.
You're free to stay or free to step out.
She's so
Do
disgusted.
you want him to step out? Or, yes? Okay. Do you mind stepping out?
I knew he was short.
All right. Y'all all take a minute and
Judge, may I just, so that they are clear for the record, exactly which one is which?
Sure.
So State's Exhibit 450 Yankee is the proffer, it's the email dated November 30th, 2022 at 5:44 p.m. From myself to Mr. Wright. And it is, the attachment is proffer form sledge. It says, "Good afternoon, Attorney Wright. It is always good speaking with you." That's the one labeled 450 Yankee. The one labeled 451 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Wright that is labeled sledge agreement and dated December 27, 2022 at 4:57 p.m. It starts, "Here you go, Derek." And attached to each email is the attachment that was sent at the time the email was sent. Then 452 Yankee is another email to Attorney Wright that says sledge agreement updated, and it is December 27, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. with the attachment sledge agreement updated. 453 Yankee is the email sent to Mr. Wright from me dated Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:45 p.m. and it is labeled sledge agreement updated 2. $454 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Derek Wright at Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:46 p.m. Labeled sledge agreement updated 2. And then 455 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright, labeled sledge agreement updated 2, sent Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:54 p.m. And the body of the email says, "Use this one!" And attached is the agreement or the updated agreement 2. And then 456 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright on Wednesday, December 28th at 2022 at 2:34 p.m. labeled sledge agreement updated 3.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. And do you plan to potentially utilize all of these exhibits?
Yes.
With this witness? Okay.
But they're also included. All of them are also included in the email that I sent.
Yeah, I see each of those in that email from about an hour ago.
Now, why you think she got to use all those attachments of that plea agreement over and over and over again? Because the boy done said that hell about trying to the impression he left is that they kept changing the plea agreement for whatever reason, and the cause wasn't due to him. We don't know exactly why it was changed or whatever, but now she got to come on defense to straighten that out. Now that's just my opinion why she wants to use all them damn plea agreements, but I could be totally wrong. But I don't know. But as we have a snapshot of her personality and the way she does her job and how she gets a little frazzled at the smallest shit, and it is not small, okay, but there's bigger things that could have happened to her case than what happened. She could be using all these plea agreements too. Or she just could be just wanting to get these plea agreements on the record. Since she introduced one, she may want to introduce the other ones, maybe just to show the jury I don't know why there are so many. But my best guess is that she want to show who requested the change, why it was changed, and that there was nothing that the state was doing um, nefarious while when they were making all these changes. There was a reason behind it. So it's
So you'll want to take a few minutes, those of you who haven't had a chance to look at them, look at them. All right, I'm going to step off the bench for a minute to handle another matter, but I'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
let me go put this sauce back in the refrigerator, and I'll be right back to this. Getting down the stretch. We did a fool's day. Look, heard about it. You know, come to think of it, um, but you know what? Y'all can attest to this. Those who have such a process, with the people picking process or whatever. There's some people that be on the curb, or you're not sure about or whatever. But as always, it's always a relief when whatever you thought is actually what it is. Um, and there are too many examples. I mean, you're not the only example. There are other people that you could point to and be like, okay, but you know, um, and I don't care how much you like a person, whatever. What what they've done is what they've done. You can't be erased. and I'm sorry. I apologize. Um, Getting forgiveness from whoever gives forgiveness, that just isn't. That doesn't mean that a person didn't do whatever they did. But one thing I know y'all probably say, oh, she's harsh. She's with that people process thing. Well, the thing is, if you have somebody, you could have somebody that it's like so close to the line, or some people that you they have potential of like not being that type of person, whatever, and you do hate it when you find out that they are a different type of person. Like if you think it was one way and you find out they're a different way, that's not confirming what you believe. That's being um being surprised. And after you surprised, because you didn't think they was that way, I don't give a fuck how good you are. It's gonna be some surprises, and then you are, disappointed. And then what happens there? Now this is with me. Um, I go straight to hate. Straight to hate, depending on what the relationship is and it's straight to hate. Or like I said, or if it's one of them situations where I know that there was nothing or whatever, I might not go straight to hate, but I go to, okay, well, I never fuck with that person again. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because that right there, that's crazy. You know. But and here's the thing, right? I'm just the one person that have a lot of these types of examples with people because of the people that you motherfuckers are or whatever. But y'all have also done other shit to other people. Okay. It just seemed like a collection with me because I'm one person out here that is speaking on it. And they haven't had those encounters with the amount of people. So, if if I've been in contact with 20 people, and you think 20 people from this sector, of course, if 18 of them gonna be fucked up, and probably 15 of them done shit to other people. So that's what I'm saying. You got to think. You have to expand your thinking by making levels to your questioning and answers. Right? It just goes beyond. I was talking about that a little bit briefly on the board. Just goes beyond the first question you ask and the first answer you receive. Goes beyond that. Okay, like I was telling about the policies. I want to find a list, if I can, of the policies that have been created, who created them, and has it been a negative or positive impact, And also those policies that were drawn up, but it didn't, get what it needs to become law or policy, right? I want to know, who's the driving force behind some of those. I just don't know what would be the Google context I would use to pull up that latter category. Now, but what I was saying to completely took me off of this thing. Oh, so I was saying about my people process. Oh, a lot of times I'm going to be wrong about your motherfucking ass. Okay? Have you ever been dating some motherfucking body? And in your heart of hearts, you know it's him and what it is. And then they prove that it ain't. Mm-mm. You know, so there does come some level of disappointment. But I'm like, God damn, that's disappointing. That person is like that. You know, that's disappointing. But when somebody confirms that they're exactly who you are, then that is a level of relief. You know, that is, party time. Bring out the Seagrams and 7 Up. You know I'm from the old school. Okay? You bring out the Seagrams and 7 Up. So you don't, it's not that you be wanting people to be fucked up individuals or whatever, It's just something, it's where they fall. It was something you'd be, you know what I'm talking about? But, and when I think about it, I, there is a couple things, I disclosed to that individual that I probably shouldn't have, but but it's not that nobody gonna be like nah. Well, knowing that y'all also nah boo boos at shit like that, the shit y'all weaponize against people is just sick. I mean, it's just some sick, depraved minds that would say certain things. And it wouldn't affect me, or it definitely wouldn't hurt me. Come from motherfuckers like that. It's just um, you know, I believe that sick individual would say that, and you sick individuals will use that. I mean, it's just crazy, right? Because because like, what kind of motherfucker would make something up like that,
I haven't discussed everything yet, so we'll call
right?
you.
So my
You can go
story
ahead
about
and
us
remain outside. We'll
true
let you know.
with witnesses, and the stories can be
All
consistent
right.
that I actually lived, you know. But I'm tell you right now, I don't
We
care
have,
about it.
I
Use it
need a few more minutes. I've got
because I
seven
already
documents
know
that I'm going through, trying to parse out what is different
my
between each of those documents. I'm on number 5, and we're doing it together.
It might be easy. Do you want to tell them what the differences are in each document? That might make it easier. You probably know what they are. If you've gotten through 5 of them? All right, so just on between 5 and 6 and 6 and 7. Which would be, I guess, between 454, 455, and then 456.
probably motherfucker probably not already told it. Shit, what am I talking about? That shit is already out, honey. Yeah, I don't give a damn. But
Okay, so that won't make it any faster than I thought maybe it would, but that's fine. So are you going to be asking details about, is it what the changes were or just that there were changes? Okay. All right.
I guess I'll wait until we're ready to discuss the whole thing. I've got a position in regards to the admissibility of all of these documents.
Okay, what's
Altogether.
that?
Let me say this first, though, because we did have a discussion previously about candor. I made a statement when we were at the bench in regards to what I thought was the applicability of Code Section 24-4-410. Taking a closer look at it, I don't think it applies.
I think you're correct that it does not apply.
And so let's
right.
take that off the
Okay.
table.
All right.
I will tell you that my overall objection is that I'm opposed to any of these documents coming in for a couple of reasons. And I know what the state has described them to be, that these are correspondences between the state and Mr. Wright in regards to this evolving, allegedly, plea agreement. I'll state for the record that the one thing I do have is an email, initial email from the state to Mr. Wright. I don't see, and we've not been provided, and the state can let me know whether they have them, any responses, email responses from Mr. Wright that would kind of inform us as to, well, what are the discussions that are going back and forth. So I don't know what Mr. Wright's responses are. If he, for example, sends some suggestions as to this is what I want changed, or this is what my client says. So I just don't, I can't address that. But in addition to that, my recollection from Mr. Sledge's testimony, ultimately, is that he indicated that there were changes made to the agreement, that he suggested changes, or he told his attorney that some things needed to be changed, and the state declined to change some, and they did change some. He ultimately admitted it. And so if the intent of the state by trying to introduce these documents is to show that there were changes made, well, that's not necessary, because that's come out through the testimony. Now, if they want to, if their intent is to say that there was a specific change made to maybe a specific section, that can also come out through testimony. If this witness, Mr. Wright, and I presume he does, that he would know that Section 8, and I'm using that hypothetically, Section 8 of the agreement was changed from this language to that language, and he can testify to that. But I don't think that the wholesale admissibility of all of these documents is really necessary to prove the point that the state is attempting to make. Mr. Sledge was on the stand. He could have been confronted if the state's intention is to give him different versions and say, well, didn't this change from version number 1 to version number 2? He could have been confronted with that.
Well, I mean, she could have maybe tried, but I'm not sure that would have been successful, since these are conversations and correspondences between Miss Love and Mr. Wright, not between Miss Love and Mr. Sledge. So I don't know that. I mean, I think he even said, I don't know what got said between my attorney and her. I just know what my attorney and I said. So that wouldn't have gone very far. So do you have an evidentiary objection to these, or just, I don't really want to?
Well, they're not, I don't believe that they're prior. It's not a prior inconsistent statement. I don't know if they're trying to introduce them as impeachment. If that's the case, then I would suggest to the court that they are not prior inconsistent statements of anyone. And I would say they're not relevant. That that under 403 it's a waste of time.
Okay.
It doesn't prove any point that's at issue in this case. Certainly this witness can testify to.
All right. Well, at this point, those are overruled.
So I told you, and see now, so the defense definitely don't know where she's going, exactly why she's wanting to introduce all these additional plea agreements. They thinking like I'm thinking, just to show that it was some type of changes, and maybe to hint at who requested the change. All right. So he doesn't have evidentiary objection, meaning like to one of those rules, right? He brings in 403, and I told you guys when discussing those text messages and things of that nature. You know, the judge had already um, um, precluded, you know, evidence with regards to the, hinting that suggesting that the parents gave their okay for this or what, whatever the parents' involvement was, right? Yeah, she hadn't already precluded that evidence. And again, I told you, it's not going to be written. I'm precluding this because of this. It's going to tell you because as attorneys, you already supposed to know what substantive is and what's procedural, and definitely when you're dealing with cases involving minors. All right, so you already know that parent angle ain't gonna fly. If that was the case, they wouldn't even have probably would have even tried to secure an indictment. Okay, and for some of the things that they charged Mr. Kelly with, right? If they're saying that there is another party, they would have made them, the parents, a co-defendant, or put them on charges themselves with regards to. All right. So evidence, when the evidence is inadmissible, it just can't come in. All right. And 403, and is one of those rules where you can't submit evidence that's a waste of time, that's redundant, that confuses the jury. If the text messages would have been allowed in, and then they would have said, yeah, the parents okayed it and blah blah blah, and the parents are rolling whatever, that would be confusing to the jury because it would contradict and be in conflict with all the other rules and laws with regards to minors. Okay, so I love so they're not explaining to you guys all the time, what Rule 43 is. He just hollered out wasting time. If you're a lawyer, you know that that is a that's just a little bit of what Rule 403 means. To a lay person, you probably just think he just hollering out, wasting time. But I know wasting time is attached to Rule 403. Just like they name, holler out some other rule that I, know pretty good. I know that that's what that rule encompasses, right? Now nobody knows, no lawyer knows all the rules, word for word, and so on and so forth. But rules of evidence was my favorite. But I want to know what she's gonna say, or what is her purpose for getting all these things in here. We just got a little bit more to go, y'all.
Are we ready for the witness now? Two minutes. You can have 2 minutes, Mr. Sharp. You can talk during his 2 minutes if you'd like to.
Your Honor, I was just trying to support Mr. Adams here a little bit because we're essentially with these different documents. The documents didn't even come through on Monday, so I was sent them afterwards. But we're just trying to identify the changes. So it's just taking us
Okay. 2 more minutes.
I didn't get an answer to that question. Maybe I didn't direct it to the state during.
Okay, well, I don't know whether they've got the responses or not. I don't know whether they want to use them or not, but he is on the stand, so if they don't end up using them, maybe y'all can get them in if you want to.
Well, but we don't have them if they exist, and I guess I'm asking the state to indicate whether or not those items exist.
Were there responses?
I think that when Mr. Wright responded, it was via telephone call. I'll check my email to ensure that I'm not inaccurate, but I think that it all happened. I would send him something, we'd have a conversation, I'd send him something in response, but he can correct that, and if I won't touch it. But I'll check my emails for all emails.
All right, she'll check while y'all are doing that last bit of review.
forward all the emails that I got from Mr. Wright.
Hey, y'all, why they do all? Let me tell you what I did. Listen here, I got very little ass left. You know what I had to do? Oh, I do from time to time. I sleep on a heating pad, and for the little minutes that the heating pad stays hot, and I'm telling you, I got one of them good ones. I don't have one of them good. I got a few bullshit ones until I ran across one that I got from this physical a friend of mine that's a physical therapist, and her her practice with one of the jobs she go to. Oh my, she told me, y'all, I think I showed y'all the box or whatever. I ended up buying the like three very different sizes, right? Child, I could feel the bone in my ass, when I'm laying on it. I put that heating pad up under my ass, and it does wonders. So, and I still don't know, like, when to use hot heat and when to use ice. Like, there's so much knowledge I need to get. you know, knowledge gives me. Oh yeah. And it's a shame that the people that actually provide knowledge over him got that beef with me, and can't even listen to the motherfuckers, because I don't want no triggers, right? So I had to unsub, and my algorithms are it's generally slowly getting in the getting the content that I need and I want that keeps me safe and out of jail and out of trouble, out of hospital, out of it could be potentially out of that motherfucking goddamn ground. I have no idea why people think. She thinks no, I don't. Because the same fate for you could be the same fate for me, dumb. I'm probably too real for your motherfucking ass. So that's probably the problem. You just can't take it. But child. So I don't even know who be talking about what right here no more. And like when Debo be on, on his because he traumatized like a motherfucker. Be on his regurgitating. But it be new, but it be the same thing that we've already heard or whatever. And he just, he can't get off it, and he should do what he's doing. He, presenting and stuff like that. That's the way to get over the shit or get through it at least. By going on and on and on and on. Letting it go. That's what some psychological professionals recommend.
What else, Mr. Short?
I'm prepared to talk for 30 seconds, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
So,
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
my
He's so
concern
fair.
here is, again, I don't know the logistics and how everyone's planning on doing this, but for instance, there is a older version that was not adopted by Mr. Sledge that was the version. Ms. Williams, could you pass me? Ms. Williams, so there's a version, the final version of version 2, which was then changed to the final version of the plea agreement. And it says under number 8, the language, as we've already heard the state read about laying low, and then it says, and during the meeting, this is the meeting at the home, defendant, which would be Sledge, personally heard a YSL associate state, I caught that N nut down bad. Now, clearly, this is something that Mr. Sledge denied happened and has been taken out of the final plea agreement. But why? What my concern is exposing the jury to things that are not true.
So, yeah, I understand that. So I'm not sure exactly what Ms. Love's intention is with all of the different versions, and whether she's going to ask that it be, that kind of detail come in, or whether it's just going to be, was there some additional quotation or something on there that then got removed? So, Ms. Love, can you shed some light on that?
Yes, Judge. As it relates to, I think I have asked Mr. Sledge, in fact, certain things, and the objection was that it was, of course, a document that wasn't in evidence, and I should not refer to it as a prior version, where I was trying to get him to compare one document to another.
Right.
So the intent here is to show the jury that changes were made at Mr. Sledge's request, and certain changes were not.
Bang.
And I just actually found, in response to questions from
Babe, if I tell you a duck and pull a truck, shut up and hook the motherfucker up. Shut up and hook the motherfucker up. That's what she was using the shit for. Now let me tell you where the defense is pretty good, right? They kept on till they got her to say what the hell she wanted to put all those plea agreements in there for, so they can know what way to go. Okay? So they can be prepared for her ass. So that was a wicked move, love, in disclosing exactly what your purpose was, because you could have answered that in a different way. You could have said, Judge Your Honor, I don't have to use that particular whatever he said in what I'm using the plea agreements for, and my reasons for using the introducing all the plea agreements. I don't have to use that. And she could have kept it like that. No, she done showed her hand. But your mama already knew her hand, baby. Yes. Yes. And I bet it be hurting their souls to say, Angie do be right. And Angie did take advantage of all her learning, her education and learning goddamn systems that she was introduced to through her journey of Black history. Yes, honey. And shout out to the people who understand what I be saying. What I mean by, if I say, because y'all know I love fly talk. Fly talk give me an orgasm too. I be trying to be fly, and then I like to say sometimes I be trying to be smooth, smart, and fly. I gotta find something that begins with an S that can represent fly. But I'm just playing around now. But I'm just saying, this shit be killing your soul. I don't know how she able to do it. I'm like, honey, there's motherfuckers that are just like me, who's in the 1% when it comes to shit like this, things I'm into, the things I do, and the things I say and how I phrase it, right? But I'm popping a button today. Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. Because I know it makes you sick. And I be having people behind the scenes say, talk your shit. Okay, but I really don't know how to talk shit.
from the defense about responses from Mr. Wright, and I just emailed it to them. An email from Mr. Wright to me on from back then. It looks like December 27, 2022, where he's enumerating certain things and responding to it and making recommended changes. So there are certain things that I would agree just don't need to be said. They serve no purpose. And it would be just as beneficial and serve the same purpose to say number 8 is different and I took out certain things, as it would to try and put in all that language. And that just doesn't seem necessary to put in that, some language that might be considered inflammatory, that
Right.
the state thought was the case, and they said, no, it wasn't. Just the very fact that they had us take out language is
Okay.
what the state feels is
Right.
important that the jury knows.
Okay.
So, no, to the
Right.
extent that, and if I don't think
And I guess if you are gonna
Out.
tender that for admission, then that can be redacted and it can just show there was something in quotes that was then removed.
Yeah, I like that idea, and I'll, if necessary, I mean, I can really quickly go out and talk to Mr. Wright. But right now, I don't expect to have him read certain things, and I know he's a lawyer, so he won't do it unless I tell him to. So I think that we're okay there.
Okay. All right.
But-
Was there anything else I'm sorry, did you have more?
Her
I was
patience
just
is
saying
short,
that
honey.
I was still sending them over the emails
Okay.
from Mr. Wright.
All right. Was there anything else in particular that you feel like if the particular document does come in, part of it needs to be redacted out? I think we're all in
We
agreement
just
on
got
that.
an email, Your Honor, which has Brady material in it. Was just given it, sent to
All
us
right, I haven't seen it. It didn't.
10 seconds ago. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
interesting.
I don't have it yet.
Yeah, it's kind of coming through slowly. Some of us
Okay.
quicker than others,
All
and
right.
I'm having it printed out.
See, she should have never gave what the shit was gonna be used for. She know they be trying to find anything to use, and now they finna goddamn open up session on her ass. Okay, making up all kinds of goddamn reasons and excuses and blah 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 blah. God damn, love, come on. Ain't I finna be here the 2026 with your slow thinking ass? If she does need to know how to intimate things a little better, that will cut down the number of sub questions she has to ask to establish her point. God damn. Shit, and it's all those are fine lawyers, they are great lawyers and whatever. You gotta understand everything gets on my motherfucking nerve. I done had bad nerves since I was 16, I'm sorry. Okay. And sharp voice gets on my goddamn nerve. But Steele's voice does too. Just a whole lot of weaseling.
And I know we've got the jury back there waiting, Judge, and I'm not trying to belabor anything.
No.
But this is trying to kind of handle this on the fly as we're getting emails
I understand.
in the middle of this.
Here he comes.
Okay. Sure,
And we're-
thanks.
And we're also having 8 copies sent over for the court and the defense.
Dang. Good Lord. Look at him shaking his head as he passed by.
Is this response the one that is going to change to the final? So I should be looking at the one just prior to the final when I'm looking at what he's saying?
I'm sorry, wait, what?
which version is this in response to?
Okay, so I don't know what was just given to you, but
I get the same. This is what Ms. Love just sent to y'all, or what? Okay, so whatever you sent over at 4:12.36 p.m. today, that was Mr. Wright's December 27th, 8:43 p.m. response. What?
so the December 27th. Hold on. So December 27th, 8:43 p.m. No, well, that was one version. We talked more in court, so obviously there were other versions.
I'm
that
just
was-
wondering what I should be looking at when I'm seeing what Mr. Wright's talking about.
So, if it's December 27th, 8:43, let's see, going back to December 27th to a
So
December.
it's going to be the 506,
It will have to be,
452Y.
yes, that looks right. That looks correct. And then, December 20, but there were other versions sent back as we talked more in court the next day. December 28th, so 453, 454. Oh,
Your Honor,
Yes.
to answer your question, this email sent by Mr. Wright on the evening of December 27th would have been between the Sledge Agreement Updated and Sledge Agreement Updated 2.
Okay. All right, that's what I thought. And is the alleged Brady, what is that? Item number 3? I hadn't read it all yet.
Sir, I haven't either, but certainly number 3 is absolutely Brady. And it also obviously conflicts with what they kept as his factual acknowledgement. So it's clear, A, that Mr. Wright was telling them that's not true, but it's still maintained, they still kept it as a factual acknowledgement.
Okay, well, this isn't actually saying that's not true.
Well,
It's saying the real issue was,
well, the factual
which he
acknowledgement-
actually denied on the stand, but.
The factual acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, and then it says, and wherein on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened, and it's all goes to intent and state of mind, and that's the important part of this case. You know, no one's denying that the video was made, but what is the reason behind it? And from this email, Mr. Wright is clearly telling the state in an email on December 27th, the video may have seemed like an issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating, and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that. Not denying the video, but the real issue was the girl. That is Brady. That was never shared with us.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's Brady. I understand you to be saying that you think this is a denial of it being something done to support, and I don't know what the language was, support and whatever, the gang.
Your Honor, that's the crux of the case.
Yeah, no, I know. And a whole lot of this, y'all are going to have to ultimately argue to the jury your various sides, but.
Meaning she ain't gonna
for
bail
this
you
to
out.
say, it seems the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related. The real issue was the girl that a member of a rival gang was then sleeping with, that was one of the alleged gang members' girlfriends. Might make that the real issue, but it doesn't necessarily make it in no way in support of the gang. And I mean, y'all can certainly argue that, but I don't think this is the kind of thing that is like, oh, this is, plus this wasn't the ultimate version. So I don't know what went back and forth after that. He ultimately signed with his attorneys. I don't know what the advice was, but knowledge, something that said whatever the ultimate number 3 was. And you know, y'all made and y'all have secured evidence from the witness that he feels like he was pressured and coerced into that and reasons behind it. So y'all have an argument there too, but
I think we've done a good job doing that, but we did all that without the knowledge of this email, which should have been provided to us by the state. That's my only.
And for what it's worth, the you know, a significant portion of the state's questioning and then a redirect of Mr. Sledge focused around whether or not he had there were specific things that he had asked that they change. And so what we end up having here, what we know now from the email that we didn't have before, is that, again, going back to number 3, right? Number 3, as in its final form, talks about being associated with YSL, and you know, talk about the video and where he's brandishing a weapon using a drive-by shooting to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member. But the state knew, certainly when they were redirecting Mr. Sledge a little while ago, that Mr. Sledge, through his attorney, had given them the information, had specifically denied that number 3 was accurate.
all right, y'all are saying had specifically denied, and I don't read it that clearly. I don't think that's a specific denial. That's more of like I'm clarifying that this is really more about the girl than anything else, which it frankly is. So, okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't read it that way.
If you look at
So, damn, I tried to stop before he started talking. So, again, I explained to you a couple minutes ago about the whole Brady aspect of and what have you. So now they've moved from the agreements, the plea agreements being admissible as an issue, to actually the other content in the email from the attorney. If I'm not mistaken, aren't they? Then the attorney said that talking about whatever they're talking about, that's Brady, right? Which and Brady is something that is what that would clear the defendants. Okay, evidence that would suggest that they are innocent. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of questions that go in after that to actually determine if it's actually Brady. All right. Is this information that the defendants knew about or should have known about? All right. I'm trying to think. Not only that, does it actually suggest that someone is innocent of whatever alleged crime? Again, I have to go back and listen to what was actually said on that email. Does it actually suggest that someone is innocent? And again, are y'all paying attention to this judge? If you go back and think about the judge in that Darrell Brooks case, and you see how she, didn't even go nowhere near the line of helping Mr. Brooks, and he was a pro se defendant, right? And she gave pretty much gave him like some printouts that could help with certain issues that may arise. But as far as Jalen saying you can ask it like that, you can do it, she really stayed away from doing any of that. Now the good news is that the judge is doing it on both sides, right? Either side can act, can say, can make that an issue. If the prosecutors can appeal a case, right? Appeal the verdict, right? Okay, they can't do that, but the prosecutors can make a complaint and say, hey, well, the judge did this and this was wrong. They can use her helpfulness as not just the prosecutor, definitely the defense, as the reason why their case, if he was convicted, the reason why you listen to her advice is what helped them. She had to be careful with this crew here. Okay? So, and like I said, and the other judge, she ain't gonna hardly nowhere near this shit. And I would have loved to see, like Jennifer Bonjean with this group. I wonder how she would have, how she would like dealing with them. It was something else I point out. Oh my gosh. I said something about the exculpatory. About the judge. Okay, they're gonna use if something happens to the case and blame it on her. Something else. Damn. About what she's doing, the judge. Damn. I'm gonna make that wait in a little bit more.
Okay.
Number 4 of the defendant's factual acknowledgments, and you got to excuse me because I'm kind of flying back and forth between the different versions.
Yeah, we all are.
Number 4 talks about April 28th, as reflected in the indictment, that the defendant and fellow YSL associate Nikki Arlington, I'm just reading it into the record so I can correct, committed a drive-by shooting using a firearm. The defendant wielded in the video reference in part 3 of this section. So I'm looking at the email we just received.
Right.
And it gives a whole total different accounting of that. Where, and of course, this is coming from Mr. Sledge because Mr. Wright says in his email, he said he didn't know because he was cool with Peanut, he was seeing his cousin, would even be at family reunions together. He thinks shooting Peanut was not planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or a little planning. He said he didn't know until after it was done when it came on the news. He had been watching the Patriots versus Steelers game, then the news reported it. So this again, and what you've got is the state directing and redirecting and challenging Mr. Sledge on these very specific factual allegations and whether or not he had told his attorney that, or whether or not he had suggested that be changed in the agreement. And what we have here, what we know now, is that Mr. Sledge was in fact sending those, correcting these very specific factual allegations, sending them to the state, and the state, well, because it doesn't appear in the factual acknowledgments, the state ignored it or they refused to make it.
Okay, so I'm not sure what y'all are looking at because the version of number 4, factual acknowledgement number 4, that Mr. Wright is speaking to in this email that he sent on December 27, 2022 at 8:43 p.m. is, we agreed, but at least Mr. Shart and I agreed, was Sledge agreement, the one that is 452Y. from the one that's called Sledge Agreement. Well, there are two that are called Sledge Agreement Updated, but this is a correspondence between 452Y and 453Y, but ultimately the end product. After the one labeled Sledge Agreement Updated that came from 12/27 at 5:06 p.m. And that one reads, on January 10th, 2015, before the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant had personal knowledge that YSL associates were planning to murder Donovan Thomas Jr. Mr. Wright's response to that is essentially,
Yeah.
Mr. Sledge does not think the shooting of Peanut was planned, but more impromptu or at least very short or little planning. So that clearly got changed because our final version doesn't say they were planning to. Yes.
May I incorporate? So I cross-examined Mr. Sledge, and the state's theory is that there was a, quote, gang war starting in approximately the fall of 2014.
Right.
That escalated with the fight on January 6, 2015 of Mr. Copeland at the Club Crucial. And then it culminated and then went on steroids thereafter, after January 10th. I would have used number 4 that you just read, Your Honor, to show that there was no animosity between Mr. Sledge, who's a supposed YSL member, and Mr. Donovan Thomas, who's a supposed leader of a, quote, rival gang. The reason I say this is because I knew about it. So listen, I want to make it clear. I knew about it because I spoke with Mr. Sledge through his lawyer. So I actually asked these questions.
Right.
I didn't know about this email. But
So
the email.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But
Go ahead.
no, don't apologize. But the email is Brady, because what the state was saying is these two divisions. They put, I didn't put Mr. Sledge on YSL, and that there is a total collapse between human beings. And that, to me, you know, I learned Brady to be anything that is potentially exculpatory or impeachment or mitigation. And the court has heard now, you know, Mr. Copeland said I lied about everything. That to me is Brady. The statement on this number 4 is to me Brady because it shows that there is not animosity.
All right. So your belief about the Brady is not the part that I was talking about, but more the part that says he here is Mr. Sledge, at least at the beginning. He said he did not know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin and would even be at family reunions together. Does the he change there? And is the he become somebody else was cool? Who is the he that was cool with Peanut? Do we even know? We don't.
I believe that is Mr. Sledge.
Okay. And so you think it's Brady material that Mr. Sledge was cool with Peanut?
Right, because Mr. Sledge is he's been identified before you came on the case, the bench on this case,
Okay.
as from multiple, 2, definitely maybe 3, supposed gang experts saying Mr. Sledge is part of this gang.
Yeah.
So to me, and it just fits into the whole, you know, I thank you for allowing us to get these emails, but these emails it's a special duty here. And this is not the special duty, I don't believe.
Okay. So
I'd like to see all the emails from Mr.
I think she's looking and sending all that she has. Is that correct, Ms. Love?
2 things. Yes. And when the court permits me an opportunity to respond to all of this, I would appreciate that opportunity.
Okay. What was the second thing? Or 1 was yes, and 2, you want an opportunity to respond. Okay. All right. So Mr. Sledge has been available to the defense to speak to as well. We just heard that from Mr. Wright, in fact. And so I'm sure that Mr. Sledge, if asked, would have told anybody that asked, especially the defense, what his relationship and thoughts about Peanut were. So,
He did, and I even
Okay.
asked him about it, and he answered similar to this.
all right.
But that really is besides the issue. The issue is that the prosecution has to do. There's one thing. There's a Brady duty, and then there's a Brady violation. There's no violation because I knew about it, and it came out of court. But there is still the duty.
Okay, a Brady, I mean, we all know what Brady material is, I hope. And if something is equally available and as easily gotten by one side as the other, that sort of takes it out of the realm of Brady.
I don't agree with that respectfully, because what if I didn't do my job? It's an ineffective claim.
Well, it
and
doesn't.
the state had the duty.
All right, well, like, I don't.
You can't shun your duty and say, well, he has the Honorable Keith Adams, so he'll figure it out on his own. That's not. In fact, courts ask, this court, I believe, but other courts in this courthouse say, is there any Brady evidence known? Is there any evidence suppressible known by the state? And they give it to you where they're supposed to. So I don't agree that, hey, go find it for yourself.
Well, I don't read that part of number 4
And
to be Brady. Yes.
may I respond to about number 3, though. I mean, the state provided us with a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments that appear on its face to be Mr. Sledge
Mhm.
acknowledging certain things were done on behalf of YSL to further YSL. I don't have equal access to Miss Love's emails with Attorney Wright that she has.
Mhm.
So clearly, that email correspondence between Mr. Wright and Miss Love, which was never handed over until a few minutes ago, it contradicts and it impeaches those factual acknowledgments that Antonio Sledge signed. Now, I'd like to think that I do everything I can as a defense attorney, but I don't think it's unreasonable that a defense attorney would read the factual acknowledgments signed by a cooperating witness and accept that that is going to be their stance when they come and testify. And
Well, lucky for y'all, it wasn't his stance.
well, but I don't think that makes us getting it this last minute any less problematic.
Well, I'll just say that if the state has an open file, then none of these arguments ever even come up. Now, I know that is your, something that y'all in your office can make a decision about, but open file would, just exactly what I said. So, okay, Ms. Love, what do you want to respond to? What do you feel like there still needs to be a response to?
Your Honor, I think that the court sort of encapsulated the position that I have pretty well. So you sort of took away the many of the responses that I had. And so, in as much as anything else that Mr. Wright sent to me is being printed out, I think we have them all printed out. I'm going to send them over and disseminate to the counsel for the defense and to the court.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Do I understand that to mean that there are more coming?
It sounds like it. Should I just send the jury home for the day? Okay. Can you release them for the day? Tell them they're under the same instructions they always are. Thank you. They're always here at 9. And I'm just going to put on the record that in terms of what is and is not Brady, I mean, the Brady v. Maryland case establishes it, and there's all kinds of Georgia case law that sort of reiterates it. And one of the prongs is definitely that the defense did not possess the evidence, nor could the defense obtain it with any reasonable diligence.
Disagree, respect. That's a
Well, I mean,
violation.
You can disagree with it, but it's what the case law
That's a
holds.
That's because the case law in an appellate opinion is saying the defendant, the accused, convicted person, the criminally accused is now complaining and wants the case reversed because of a Brady violation. And then there's a 4-part test. And one of the parts is, was with due diligence this information accessible? I'm not saying that. Before that, there's a Brady obligation. That falls upon the state, whether it's easily accessible or not. If 2 experts say different things and the state puts them both on the witness list, but doesn't give the accused to say, hey, one expert says actually it's favorable for your client, and they hold back that report, that's a Brady obligation breach. Now, the fact that I was on notice that there's another person on the witness list, you would expect me to interview the person, and I would have found out about it.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying is that if it is exculpatory or impeaching, there is an obligation to provide it. Okay. I guess I am looking at it from the position of, if you are claiming at this point, here's another Brady violation, I have to look at what are these factors, and I don't find those factors to exist here.
And that's why I thought I always said I knew about it. So I'm not saying it's a violation, but it is an obligation of the state. We shouldn't be getting it. I should have really had this before I cross-examined Mr. Sledge. Should have had it before trial. And Brady, the way I understand it, is an ongoing obligation that triggers immediately.
Well, okay, again, I don't read it in the same way that y'all apparently do. And I can't imagine that you would have wanted to use this particular exhibit, because if you used part of it, the rest of it could have come in, at least with regard to what's in each particular number, and the entirety of what's in number 4, I do not think would be beneficial to the defense side of the case.
So,
This exhibit, are you referring to the email or
Not the exhibit, I'm sorry, bad word if I use that. This email from Mr. Wright of December 27th at 8:43 p.m.
I would like the opportunity to decide what I'm going to use and not. How about that?
I understood. I guess we can tell Mr. Wright he can come back tomorrow too. At 9. Thank you. So have you, did you say you were going to print, or you were going to forward the whatever other emails there were?
I have printouts.
Okay. You want to dole those out to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Since I gave the court a state for that, the court trusts me to hold it.
Yes. And maybe we need to get an extra stapler down here.
Somewhere around.
I don't know what's going on, y'all. I'm sorry about that. I had a call. What is any of my predictions coming true? La, la, la. I gotta take a picture of my big old. This stuff don't even look like it belong to me. This is bullshit. I'm so worried about it. I'm telling everybody. I'll fuck honey. I ain't above showing my ass.
Okay.
I tried too hard not to get a coochie now. This one here, though. Oh.
In the record
Yep.
for you, Inouye Haney, Haney. And that's 355 Georgia Peel, 658. It's footnote 1. It's 2020. And it reads, the state has a duty under Brady versus Maryland and Giglio versus United States. Giglio is Giglio. To disclose favorable evidence to the defendant in a criminal matter. This includes disclosure of impeachment evidence which could be used to show bias or interest of a party on the part of a key state's witness. And I say that solely because I don't believe what the court was saying about the 4-part test. That comes afterwards, after a person is...
Right, I thought I clarified that. All right, thank you. How many, is this just one more email or is this a few?
This is a series of emails, the emails that I got from Mr. Wright. I think I printed out, I had him print out all of them that he sent me.
Okay, and so this will be, will this stack include the two that you sent electronically or no? It's fine either way, I'm just wondering.
I think so. I think I asked her to send out.
Okay, all right. And you've got a copy for each of the 6 defendants and a copy for the judge?
Yes,
Okay.
and also, to the extent that I enter any of these, the copies that I'm giving to everybody, it includes everyone that I email them to. I'm gonna take off that portion.
Okay.
And it would only include, email correspondence between me and
Understood.
Mr. Wright. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes,
let me inquire of the court, because I want to be really careful about this.
okay.
Mr. Wright, of course, is on the stand. He's a witness. He's been sworn. He's testifying. And my general thinking would be, well, we're not really allowed to talk to him at this point.
I would think that's accurate.
My thinking, though, is as we're sitting here talking about it in regards to the email exchanges, and I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. We've received what the state said that they have in their possession, although they initially said that most of the correspondence is by phone. And I don't know whether or not there are additional email correspondence that may be in Mr. Wright's possession, and maybe not in the states. And
All right.
I wanted the court.
Let me suggest that if you want to send an email to Mr. Wright, copying the state and saying, if you want to identify him, we've got, the email of whatever date, whatever time. If there are any others, can you please forward them to, everybody copied, which would be all of the attorneys. You can certainly do that.
And I'll copy the court on that email as well.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I request that the email simply request of Mr. Wright to forward everybody all the
You can do
correspondence
that
related
as
to.
well. Sure, I guess that would be cleaner.
Yes, thank you.
That's fine. If you want to be the one that sends out the email, that's fine too.
Thank you.
Okay.
You know what? One moment.
And you know what? Whoever sends it out, you can say, we all discussed it in court with the judge and the judge is fine with it.
Sure. We don't have any problem with the state
Okay.
sending that out. He's their witness, technically at this point.
All right. So Miss Love, if you wouldn't mind doing that this evening. Okay, great.
She's happy to provide, this copy here.
Yeah, if you want to do that, if that would make it easier, or if you just want to say, hey, can you send everything you've got? However you want to handle it.
I will do both.
Okay. All right, so, you know, the additional ones that we all just got handed, it doesn't look like there's much substantively that's new from what Ms. Love already had provided electronically. It's more, but it's not really new. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we break for the evening? Yes.
And then the investigator who's been in court, so I don't know if that matters, but
So will you call both of them, or?
I will call both of them. So Lieutenant Lansigo she's been tasked with specific things as relates to this case, but I did not, at the time that we put Mr. Slater on the stand,
Have any idea you'd be
I
calling
didn't
either
expect
of
to
them?
have to call either one of them, but since we do, you know, obviously, there's case law that,
Yeah, it doesn't exclude them from being a witness. If you want to bring up, you've been in court the whole time, that's fine, but.
and then the next witness is what I was getting, just.
Yeah, so hopefully the two of them won't take the entire day. Or to borrow a phrase from Mr. Steele, God forbid, more than a day. Do you have the next witness available tomorrow as well?
we are attempting to secure a person who's not trying to be secured, but who is under subpoena.
Okay.
And we also have Mr. Thomas Burnett.
Okay. So you'll have somebody available tomorrow?
We do. We do.
Do the, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for you to finish that
I'm
comment.
done. I'm done.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to request is for the other defendants who have pled out, if there are similar email communications between the state and that attorney where they were going back and forth on their acknowledgments. So, for
Okay.
example, for Murphy, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Stevens, Greer, Kitchens, Mr. Lee, Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Beebe, instead of waiting till the last minute or maybe not getting it at all, could we have that email communications as well?
How do you feel about that, Ms. Lowe?
Judge,
Why don't you take a really careful look at any of those that might exist?
okay.
And if there needs to be an in-camera inspection, there can be an in-camera inspection. If you want to just share it, you can just share it. But go ahead and take find whatever might exist and take a careful look at those and then give us an update.
Thank you.
And thank you, Judge, for saying what I think you said. Take a look at whatever exists, because I was going to add to Mr. Weinstein and say not just email correspondences, just so we don't end up again with me saying, oh, you know what, I forgot to ask about these other correspondences. So any correspondence whatsoever in regards to those.
If y'all did snail mail, if you did text.
There you go.
Anything like that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for that broad document. I appreciate that. Appreciate it.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I'll see y'all honestly, y'all, even when we're starting at 8:30, it's 9:30 before we pull the jury in. So I'm thinking since we've got some stuff we might need to be discussing tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning for all of us. Okay.
We can do
8? No, I don't want to do 8.
Okay.
I don't want to do 8:30, but
Okay.
no, we're not doing 8. I need my sleep. All right. See y'all tomorrow.
The judges making friends. The judges making friends. Love trying to get up out of that hole she dug and put herself in. I probably Should I show y'all? I'll show y'all up here. These goddamn war wounds and shit. Here. I'm gonna show y'all. There ain't nobody share as much as I fucking share. Let's see. The thing about what they say, putting it in your face, people don't put everything in your face. Like just about everything. The good and the goddamn bad. You know what I'm saying? They just put 2 or 3 irrelevant, shit that pretty much anybody and everybody have some kind of goddamn, they have, right? And on top of that, now I probably shouldn't even follow this up by what I'm going to say next, because I'm not saying that nobody did anything, because I don't know nothing about nobody's business or whatever. But I'll let me change it then, so I can be totally away from this verse, because I don't like to even intimate nothing about nobody that I don't know for sure that's accurate or anything like that, or close to being accurate, or I got information or evidence to suggest something. But you know what's crazy to me when people do this? People who floss, right? Like men who floss in other people's cars or other people's houses, or women that wear other people's clothing and take pictures of it and shit like that, and gonna return the motherfucker back to the store. Shit like that, right? That ain't even your shit. Or people that stole a bunch of money and bought a house with it and say that they goddamn ballers. I don't know no ballers. And you don't either. That steal and do all kind of shit. That ain't how that works. That's not how that works. I'm not talking about nobody out here or none of that, because I don't know how nobody get whatever and how they got it. That's not what I'm talking about. I am just talking about, like, take for instance, when they were talking about, I guess, give his crew money to flash. What kind of shit is that? Then you got to give him back the money? Like, no, that's not hot. And then you literally putting that money in people's face and not knowing that you got to return the money by the end of the night. Like, what? What kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? I have no concept of nothing. I'm never gonna flash the car that I'm buying when where I'm renting. I'm laying my head in. None of that makes sense to me. Or I'm gonna flash my house, but can't flash my motherfucking bank account. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that, all of that is just crazy. So it doesn't make any sense. It's a contradiction. It's some dumb looking shit to me. That's crazy to me. Or I'm on, and I should have did it better. That's not. I don't like that. A house and bank account, because your bank account can be low because you trying to pay for your house. So scratch that one. Or I'm going to get dressed up to the nines, jewelry, you know, $30,000 worth of jewelry, and I live in the motherfucking the hood, the projects. That's another thing I can never understand about drug dealers and stuff like that. One, why do you still have why you don't have a driver's license? Two, why everything that you wearing and what you got around your goddamn neck costs more than the goddamn the unit you stay in? Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? Let me tell you about principled people and more important principled men. Now, let me tell you something. I'm not gonna keep put myself in those categories, whatever, because I'll be contradicting myself. Honey, I done blown and fucked up a whole bunch of money stupid on a stupid tip. So I'm not gonna even consider myself as a person that you know, saying that. I guess I've never flashed none or put nothing on my face on that bullshit, whatever, because one, because you know you get used to stuff, and two, that looks stupid and it's dangerous, and I just a whole bunch of line of shit. It's just some things that most of us have never done, not because we can't do it. Most of us we don't want to do it, and it's a poor taste, and it's dumb because there's a lot of people getting up out of here because they don't flash their motherfucking location, you know. So, but anyway, and again, you do what you like to do and you want to do. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? You have millionaires and billionaires that don't do shit like that. There are well-known millionaires and billionaires driving 10 and 15-year-old cars. Okay, so shit like that, right? But let me tell you about principles, something. And that's why you get around people that you can learn something from. If it was a part of your people picking process, that should be what? Hell, I don't give a damn if it's something from the streets. Shit, yeah. You can be learning something from the motherfucker so you can know not to go to the motherfucker or what to do if you end up there. Okay? And then it's about survival, whether you're in the school or the streets. The fuck where you are. So I've learned a lot from the people I've, been with, right? In relationships, right? I've learned a lot. And I'm so fortunate because where my parents instilled, a sense of this, that, and just whatever. Of course, and I'm talking about men, my dad ain't gonna go into nothing street with me. That's before the law degree. He ain't going into none of that. All right? Because they want to keep you away from that shit. They don't want you to know nothing about it. So, you start learning from the next best thing. Okay? Friends and me. There's a few people I've been in a relationship that I've learned different things from. Yeah, few. But I always talk about credit card man. And I'll just always stick with him. Because there's two others that have been in it that can be thrown in that mix. But I'll stick with credit card man, right? Because, he was across the board. He's across the board with a lot of shit, right? watching his style and his presence when he would, hit the room or when, um, whatever, whatever situation it is. I always observe how his mannerisms. I pay attention to anybody's mannerisms, whether you're born or not, but especially him and his. Because I saw how people reacted to him. And actually, people reacted to me greater than that, but I'm speaking on him for a certain reason. Right? There's never no competition of none of that, but like I said, he wasn't even born here. All right? And he managed to have a presence in different industries. And he's not a loud person, not a talkative person. But a lot of things when it comes to his life, he's strict about. And he is real cross. It's funny, but so I paid attention to how much other men respect him. I can say respect because I'm no longer around him. How much other men respect him. I'm not saying he was ever perfect. That's not what I'm saying. But why people respected him, and people that knew of him didn't personally know him. They just knew of him, and that type of stuff, right? And it had a lot to do with the way that he taught you without saying a word. Now I had already developed that. I don't want. I'm not. It's not a competition or whatever. But to see somebody else do it, he taught you without saying a word. And that type of shit make you stop and take notice. Because you be like, oh, wow. This is something different here. This is something different. And that made me ask questions on what I was seeing. He wasn't a lot of stuff. He wasn't directly telling me. After I started questioning him, he started, sharing more stuff. Is it, because he thought it was interesting that I would, be interested in certain things that he said. He said, whoever asked me those things, I've been doing this or doing that or saying this and saying this or whatever since, as far back as I can remember. He said, Joe, you would be the one asking me about it. I'm like, down to, how he lined shit up in the closet. Shit, I want to know I did too. Because I could tell that there is a system. And pretty soon I was figuring out that he got a system about a lot of shit going on in his life. Because he had a lot of shit going on in his life. Right? So I also observed that he was a student of knowledge. And it tripped me out that he was, and I haven't developed this yet, but he was a student of knowledge, even of things he is not like and that he thought was boring and didn't make no sense. So when I told y'all that I was just in awe of him, I was. I mean, I was like, you sometimes be sitting there myself, oh, I'm the luckiest bitch on this planet. Thank you, Jesus. You did it for me again. Won't it do it? Well, yes, it will. It's the answer. So, um, and I, and that's one question I would ask him. Like, now, you don't like this. You can't, you don't like this person. You don't like the whole stuff, whatever. But yet, you here on time, or yet you gonna be involved, or yet you gonna, you know. And he said, let me see if I can remember. He said, those are the things that you learn the most from. The things that you ain't into, you just, you learn about yourself, and you learn, why other people are into this type of shit. You know how people are profiting from it. And it established a patience. And it also established a, what was it word to use? Appreciation. And then, went on and on. He said, now you lack patience. So, this is something, not we were talking about what we were actually talking about, but you're talking about like me learning from things that were boring and blah, blah, blah. That's not something I would do well in. He said, because one, you lack patience. He said, even though I absolutely can't stand this shit and didn't understand it, but I have the patience. He said, you don't have any patience. Okay, he said, so, and that is why people fail at a lot of things, because they don't have patience. And really, of course, he always getting into, how patience is, is more of a mental thing than you know. You know what I'm saying? Comes with the discipline. He taught me a lot that I was able to add to the goddamn shit. Yeah, definitely to the war chest. So just down, like that's what I was telling you. I just love to observe his work and his hobbies. He like teaching himself how to play instruments, and he was already involved somewhat with the industry of liberal arts, so he was, always somewhere creating something or helping people perfect stuff, working on different things or whatever as a hobby. I know the last hobby he said he was going to get into eventually, but this is when we were breaking off. We said he wanted to get into painting because he was like, drawing and painting is a silent way to express yourself. We always got some kind of supervisors and always some kind of teacher, always some kind of beliefs and values, stuff like that, you know. So we always talking about, controlling the impulse so you can minimize mistakes, being quiet and taking in, putting out. You ain't being quiet, even if your movement is the one that's making noise. Being quiet don't always mean, not saying any words. I don't know if it's a knowledge thing, or of wisdom. To seek wisdom is what we do in Florida, but it was a lady, and y'all can look her up. I don't forget what her name is. But she resided on Fernandina Beach. She had these long ass fingernails, and she was part of the Black experience, I guess. I don't know what you want to call it. And a PBS did a thing on her, but we would go to this club. It was actually two clubs, one by each other. Like one right by each other on Fernandina Beach. And Fernandina Beach may be still racist. They didn't really like us down there. But we went to the beach, and I told y'all nobody goes to Jacksonville Beach. And we right up the street, right? Nobody goes there. So we go to, other beaches, Fernandina, to have a good time and stuff like that. And this lady, if you see her on the beach with the long fingernails and stuff like that, she will impart all of that Black history awareness, that Black history shit on you, and you be just captivated. So I don't know if Floridians are the only ones that like to, come about people who are essentially strangers or whatever, and just listen to them talk about, the history, right? Whatever it is. So yeah, that's what it is. It ain't open. Jerry Lewis Marathon, I don't think so. So, yeah. And I got a lot of fashion ideas for guys from Credit Card Man too, honey. I put Berlutis on policeman feet. Both feet, honey. Both footses. So, whatever. And it was two other guys that were had a statue like Credit Card Man. Not y'all. I ain't talking. Y'all, please tell your people. I'm not talking no actual statue like Michael Jackson had floating in the water. Not that. The statue. Yeah, I don't know. What's the actual definition of a statue? How to explain it? But his presence, his physical presence. How about that? So I learned something from you and everybody. And it don't have to be one thing. It could be a bum on the street. I don't say bum, a person of all times that's in the street. Anybody. Never, ever, ever, no. I want to show y'all these pictures before I get out of here. These hating ass goddamn hospitals. And that's what the old folks call it, the hospital. I love me some old folks, baby. They can say that shit. Hospital. Show y'all what these haters did though. My insides and out. Okay. So I'm gonna show y'all my surgery. As you can see, I barely had goddamn stretching mark. None of that shit was going on. All that kind of shit is going on my shit. And it's golden. And I definitely couldn't get no fucking handful of no damn stomach. It's crazy. Devil is a liar. Oh, lying ass devil. So you see that? That is, if you see the tip of it, I don't know if you can see my thing on the screen, but that little wound, that's where they, one of the little cuts, okay? Look at that shit. What kind of stomach is going on there? And that's literally how tiny my ass done got. Now, of course, this ain't tiny with all that bloating and blowed up shit with this in surgery. But yeah, that's how the shit looks now. They're gonna have to do something about it. I'm going down to that doctor in Miami. He gonna do something about it. Because we ain't gonna do this. But yeah, that is the wound mark around my goddamn navel, and I have a inner, okay? But yeah, I can literally put some stomach between my fingers, baby. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked all the way up. That's the inside. Okay. That's the surgery. That's the insides. That's what they'll give you. And I just took these, right? So y'all got a weak stomach. I hate this shit right here. That's the bullet wound. And you can see I'm still bleeding a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know what the hell is going on. Messed up my damn stomach. But yeah. That's crazy, right? Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. But I'm able to do them crunches, 6 inches. All that other stuff, you got to go back down. They put carbon dioxide in me. We're going to get it out. I just can't believe it. I heard that girl say, child, stomach so flat, your ass is gone. I'm just going to go and buy me one of them girdles. Can't say that shit now. She almost overnight got me fucked up out here. So that ain't gonna go. It ain't gonna work out. Mm-hmm. But anyway, let me go on about my business. I got business. I need to take that tomorrow. I have some shows that went down today, y'all. And it is refreshing to be back in the other communities, seeing that there's still several people that are still there. I told them that I would go back to being a call-in girl. 'Cause, you know, I miss. Now it got heated, but it really didn't get heated with the people that would be on somebody's page. It got heated between, just say for instance, like TS and Michelle from the A. So those 2 different pages. Shit like that. That's when you saw shit going down. Lots of laughs. So I'm getting a lot of that. those type of mentions, channels like that, bunch of celebrity, news, sports, um, channels that go over that do recaps of reality shows, dog, and also other shows, like Power and stuff like that. Get that. People know what words are pulled already. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, and oh my gosh, my people that give us the reporting on um, these crime, these cases and shit. I forget what they call that. Cause is that one community? I don't tell you what it is, but they do. A lot of people do something else in crime. I like to see those people do their big one and get the information, especially that girl that the one I showed you that got me that strike. It was worth that strike, but the goddamn lady died because she was fused literally to the sofa. That girl can talk about them damn crimes, baby, and put on that makeup at the same damn time. I be having orgasms. But, now, it's a couple men talking fly shit channels. I get orgasm at from that. But as long as it doesn't cross over to pimp shit, that's when I have to go. I have to turn. I said, oh, well, it's time to go. As long as it's not no pimp shit, then you know what I'm saying. Okay, I'm talking about the ones that talk that fly shit, right? And don't let them be able to back it up, baby. I be like, ooh. I kind of like Cam Newton. I've gotten used to this persona he got going on. Cam Newton is without all of that stuff going on. Cam Newton used to be cute and fine, baby. What? Tell me about it. Cam Newton used to be cute and fine, but honey, it's a few channels when men are up there talking that fly shit, child. I was like, okay, okay. I don't like those ones where they talking that fly shit and they smoking, doing all that damn smoking because after a while it becomes um stupid shit. It don't make no sense because you're high. You know. And it is not always talking about how they get the girls and stuff like that. That's when I think it be getting into you got some beyond there talking about that fly shit, but it sounds like pimp shit. You talking about controlling a bitch mind and all this old crazy shit, right? None of that type of shit. I don't want to hear none of that. That's crazy. I don't want to hear that. Okay. And you can have I mean, I got to be honest. I like the fly shit that leans more towards the street rather than the school. But you do have some knowledgeable school fly shit that'll give you orgasm too. You got that. But how you know me? I like to take a walk on the. See, that's what Credit Card Man and a couple others represented because they represented that school shit. But baby, don't get it twisted. They represented that street shit. And you be like, oh, 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 oh. Mhm. And their fly shit don't have anything to do with no material shit. And the money and all of that. They don't have nothing to do with that. Their representation of their fly shit, when you listen to it, they're talking about how to get whatever, how to survive, and how to this, whatever. I mean, it's more other stuff other than that, of course. But it doesn't, it's not the easy, easy shit to talk about. You know what I'm talking about? No material shit, whatever. No money phones and all of that, that shit. None of that. It be, and listen, if that's all you can do, that's all you can do. I mean, don't knock nobody else because they can do more than that and make it look, cute or fly. Okay? But if all you can do is put a money phone up and show your fur coat or whatever, I'm not talking about don't so nobody come fucking with me. I'm just naming out random shit. Let me go down the line. Your big 10-carat ring or your nice whip or whatever. That's fine. I'm pretty sure that's probably all you can do. That's all you can flash, right? They be talking, telling how they got to this point. Now that's some fly shit, because it's a fly goddamn story. Because it's a fly ass journey. You be like, oh, I know. He was a lover of, he was probably still is, of visiting that thing in Seattle, that arch in Missouri, monuments. Love visiting monuments. And then the fly part about it is, the history about the monuments. Like, oh! But I like Cam Newton when he do his little his jive talk or whatever, because it's because sometimes that shit can run the risk of being corny or pimpish. It's anything but fly. You be like, what? And Credit Card Man and his little group of friends, they always have these little different sayings where you have to put it together. They know what they're talking about. But you be like, what? It was something they used to call chicken heads. I know it was. They'll say she got that egg. That's what it was. There she goes. She got that egg. You know I'm gonna ask and see. I know the ways around stuff. You know, you ask them y'all alone. You don't. You try not to ask. You know, in front of. It all depends on who you with. But I know with him, I just ask after. You know, when we buy stuff. I'm like, what that mean? And she goes. She got that egg. You can look around. What egg? What you talking about? Woman ain't got no eggs. Huh? That's like cold chicken egg. She got that egg. Weird shit. You'll be somewhere in a information goddamn matrix. Fucking my damn. Maybe y'all have motherfuckers end up knowing more than I do. Now that is preferred, but it's not here. Not hell. Now, I gotta go find out what's going on with politics from last week. Get some more information from that. And go find out what's going on in the world. And more important, I got some shows to watch. So with that being said, it won't be no. I'm trying. My brother be slick, right? He be coming in at the signal. Hey, we got a couple more minutes. Get your ass on. I know I got it. I got it, sir. Anyway, as usual, I'm gonna need y'all to stay safe, healthy, and happy, honey. It is a hurricane. There's some hurricanes going on, probably. I don't know. I really don't be knowing. The rain and all that type of stuff, whatever. I be sleeping through this shit. I don't ever, you know, pay attention to all that. On very rare occasions, do our lights and shit go off, but they have gone off. That's when I get mad. I go to calling. So, but anyway. Is that, I don't know if that man coming back, if that attorney coming back on the stand, whatever. Some days I wish I could catch y'all in the morning and start at the top, but I don't know about that. They talking about they on some 8:30 shit. I don't know about that. But anyway, thank y'all for y'all presence and letting me allow me to be in your presence and listen to my rambling and whatever and bullshit and shit. So with that being said, make sure you do what? Make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. And stay what? Live to the next live. That being said, peace out. I appreciate you. Thanks so much. Bye. Oh, you know what? Did I play my song? I'll play my song going out. So I keep saying, be saying to myself, I'm gonna play my song. I think I did. Yeah. Let me see. Don't y'all let it song. I hate to be to make it to forever. Probably ain't getting back together. But that don't mean that I can't wish you better.
we still good. I realize that I can't be your lover. Let's just keep it honest with each other. I'll be happy for you when you find another. We good, but we still good. Who knew it'd be like this? Usually my exes turn to enemies, but this is different. Cause we done got closer now that you ain't with me. Oh, baby, ain't no way we gon' forget that. And your family love me like I'm family. You know where you stand with me. So when they ask, tell them right one, right place, wrong time. Can't change, right. You always been a real one, even though we ain't together. It was real love, and maybe it's still love. I hate to be make it to forever. Probably ain't getting back together, but that don't mean that I can't get you better. Baby, good, but we still good. I realize that I can't be your lover. Let's just keep it honest with each other. I'll be happy for you when you find another. We good, but we still good. All the times you wait for me to be honest, all the times that you just told me I live, it don't go forgotten. But we're happier apart than locked in. Don't go with me, I promise, but don't do drama. It didn't work, but I hope you find another. I wish you peace, I wish you good sex and good sleep. Find a girl of your dreams, cause I sleep well at night, knowing that they meant to be. Right one, on time, we didn't try. All the things come to an end. So let's just learn the lessons and find out it again. I hate to be make it to forever. Probably ain't getting back together, but that don't mean that I can't wish you better. We good, but we still good. I realize that I can't be your lover. Let's just keep it honest with each other. I'll be happy for you when you find another. We good, but we still good. No matter who you with, I wanna see you happy. Yeah, it didn't work out, but that don't mean you should attack me. We enjoyed the 5-star meals, but you was with me for the Zaxby. Holding me down from the start. I used to be broke, I was ashy. I hate we didn't tie the knot and shit, that's how life goes. You always would say that I might blow. Got rich and I paid for your lipo. I know the person you is, that's why I still wanna be friends. If you wanna open up a new salon, I still help pay for the wigs. And I help with the lease. You know I ain't never been cheap. Relationships don't always last, but let's not turn it to beef. I'll come through from time to time and have you grabbing them sheets. That's if you want to, I'm just playing, girl, stop smacking your teeth. 21. I hate to be to make it to forever. You know, probably ain't getting back together, but that don't mean that I can't wish you better. Good, but we still good. I realize that I can't be your lover. Let's just keep it honest with each other. I'll be happy for you when you find another. We good, but we still good.
Baby, I love that song. Cause that, but well, half of the times that is how breakups go down, right? Especially when his ass got in your family and you and his. You know what I'm talking about? That is, I mean, when you have a civilized breakup, this is what happens. I love that song. I really do. My boy be on that 21. When I hear that, I'm like, yes, my boy on the song. It's 21 Savage on your radio. You hit 21. He is he is he's become, one of them rappers I really enjoy listening to. But I like how they are making old ass Usher, keeping them young and relevant. You know what I'm saying? He got a singer on there that's not one of them hard blow down singers that's using that shit on with her voice. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that they can't sing, but you know them girl women that I say I may be wrong, but I say Erica Mena was the first person amongst the first that was a motherfucker that can't sing, and then they used whatever it is to mess around with their voices. Like a lot of those reality stars and all of that, they can't sing. Now, I think Summer Walker can hold a tune. I think she can sing pretty well. And some of the other ones. But you got a few of them that got that thing, whatever they be doing, in the studio, and voila. It make them sound with that baby voice or whatever. That sound. I don't know what to call it, but it's crazy. A lot of them are reality stars that want to try music that don't go the rap way. They have to they have to do a little vocal enhancement to help them out. But well, a lot of them, they sound the same. That's why I never know who's who. They had that little that sound to them. And see because Usher, he used to singing with those the Beyonces and the ones that can sing down. Okay, I know nobody that's coming out here and experimenting with singing. You got people that can actually sing. But anyhow, I might end up on yeah, baby, and he has Usher got a photo on him with him got a grill in his mouth. What I'm like, Usher, baby. But what are we talking about? What are we doing, people? What are we doing? So, anyway, I got to find out, see if I can get a little list of legislation to see who created it and all of that. But FMLA, that was my boy Billy. Okay. And y'all, oh my God, y'all missed a huge opportunity. Y'all have to stop with all of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have to stop making the right choices and stuff. Okay? Y'all have to stop with all of that subjective ass bullshit. You really do. Because you don't like a motherfucker, whatever. Like, with all of the things that Bill came to the table with and Hillary was back there fighting for as a person, whatever, you see where her mind was at. Right. Joe didn't get a lady goddamn chance. It's because her last name Clinton. Hating ass. Stupid. Just dumb. Anyway. Alright. Go ahead, the black vote for Trump, whatever. But the new hat, that hat Wiley had on was pretty decent. I still don't like the meaning of it, but it was pretty decent. I'm trying to tell you, it's gonna be y'all ignorant ass, hating ass niggas that fuck up this election. I'm trying to tell you, I am I'm telling you right now, If they do, I'm gonna read y'all motherfucking asses until I can't read no more. I'm gonna have to come to this motherfucking region because my folks, my friends and family, they ain't fucking with no goddamn Agent Orange. Hell no. Shit. If it ain't orange check, shit, they ain't motherfucking drinking it. The hell on. I done got mad. Alright, bye y'all. Have a nice night or a bad night or whatever fucking night you can have. Bye.